Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable guests have arrived. May I request everyone to rise and welcome them with a big round of applause. Everyone kindly be seated. नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं निधि चौधरी मौसम विभाग परिवार की ओर से आज इस सुहाने दिन में आपका हार्दिक अभिनंदन करती हूँ। It is a great privilege to welcome you all to the one-day workshop on weather and youth organized by India Meteorological Department as part of the 150th year celebration of its dedicated service to the nation. This momentous occasion brings together experts, researchers, young professionals, and enthusiastic youth to focus on the significant role of youth in weather science and climate services. Today's workshop highlights the critical objectives of encouraging youth involvement in meteorological, disaster risk management, and weather awareness, ensuring equitable access to meteorological science and technology, and integrating youth perspectives into forecasting, early warning systems, and the delivery of weather services. These objectives aim to inspire the next generation to contribute actively to the field of meteorology and continue the legacy of IMD in advancing weather science and services. The workshop is designed to foster discussions on improving the reach of weather services to young Indians and to address strategies for enhancing forecasting and service delivery. Key discussions include recommendations for Vision 2047, strategies to achieve this ambitious vision, and the essential role of youth in advancing meteorological awareness and services. Before the start of the workshop, let me first acknowledge the presence of our eminent guests and hearty welcome to our workshop, our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Director General of Meteorology, Permanent Representative of India to WMO, and Third Vice President of WMO, Dr. M. Mohapatra, Sri A.G. Rangaraj, Scientist E. IMD. I request all the dignitaries to kindly occupy the dais. At this juncture, I am privileged to welcome our youth icon, Speaker Dr. Chetan Singh Solanki, Professor, Department of Energy Science and Engineering, IIT Bombay, and invited guests, keynote speakers from various eminent institutions, delegates, distinguished colleagues, our friends from industry, ladies and gentlemen present in this auditorium. Thank you very much for sparing your valuable time to grace our function. Hearty welcome to all of you. We will start the function by formally welcoming and presenting potted plants to dignitaries. I am pleased to welcome Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Ministry of Earth Science. Sir, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I would request Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, to welcome and honor Dr. M. Ravichandran. Hearty welcome, sir. We're delighted to have you here. It is my privilege to welcome Professor Chetan Singh Solanki, Professor, Department of Energy Science and Engineering at IIT Bombay. I would request Sri S.P. Gupta, our officer from Meteorological Observatory, Indore, to welcome Professor Solanki. Welcome to the event, sir. We are extremely happy to have you here today. I am elated to welcome our Director General of Meteorology, Dr. M. Mohapatra. I would request Sri A.G. Rangaraj, Scientist E, to welcome Dr. M. Mohapatra. A very warm welcome to you, sir. I cordially welcome Sri A.G. Rangaraj, Scientist E, IMD. I would request Dr. Raghavendra Raju Nadimpalli, Scientist C, to welcome Sri A.G. Rangaraj. Hearty welcome to you, sir. I again welcome you all and extend my thanks for being part of this event. हमारी संस्कृति में हर अच्छे काम की शुरुआत दीपक जलाकर की जाती है। कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब मैं आदरणीय अतिथियों से अनुरोध करती हूं कि वो दीप प्रज्वलन कर कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें। धन्यवाद सर। मैं माननीय अतिथियों से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वो अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। The India Meteorological Department, which has been serving the nation for decades, plays a crucial role in monitoring and forecasting weather patterns across India. IMD's expertise in meteorology helps everyone stay informed about weather conditions ranging from rainfall to heat waves, cyclones, and more. And now, we present the official theme song of India Meteorological Department, a symbol of dedication and commitment that goes into ensuring the safety and well-being of every Indian citizen.
मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, हम हर मौसम पढ़ने वाले, मानव जीवन के रखवाले। वसुधा परिवार हमारा है, मौसम विज्ञान सहारा है।
पृथ्वी की गतियों का विधान, ऋतुओं का शाश्वत संविधान,
जलवायु और पर्यावरण के परिवर्तन का ध्यान,
आपदाओं से हो सतर्क सब IMD अभियान। ये मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, प्रबल विज्ञान प्रभावन। जल थल अंबर हर गांव नगर, पर्वत घाटी जंगल सागर, जीते हम संग फिजाओं के, लाते संदेश हवाओं के।
सहयोगी मित्र किसानों के, जन जीवन की मुस्कानों के, कर्तव्य निष्ठ मौसम प्रहरी, जन सेवा में आस्था गहरी।
करते अध्ययन तूफानों के, नव चक्रवात अनुमानों के,
जन धन जीवन रहे सुरक्षित, मंथन अनुसंधान, मानवता के लिए समर्पित मौसम का विज्ञान, मानसून संज्ञान, ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर वरदान सुहावन। वैदिक संस्कृति का नव विहान, ऋषि चाणक्य का अर्थ ज्ञान, कवि कालिदास के मेघदूत, आदित्य प्रभा के अग्रदूत।
मौसम उपग्रह का दिग्दर्शन, ऋतु चक्र प्रवर्तन विश्लेषण,
भारत के स्वर्णिम कल के लिए, शुचि मन में दृढ़ संकल्प लिए।
साक्षी समृद्ध विरासत के, हम गौरव प्यारे भारत के।
पूर्व पश्चिम उत्तर दक्षिण, शुभ कर्म योग संधान, सीमाओं के पार हमारी करुणा की पहचान, सहयोगी गुणगान। मौसम ज्ञान पुरातन, अमर विज्ञान पुरातन। मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे, मौसम विभाग वंदे।
This theme song song is a reflection of the courage of the department's professionals whose work remains the backbone of our daily lives, especially in the times of natural calamities. It is a tribute to the relentless pursuit of excellence and service to the nation. Moving further, I request Shri A.G. Rangaraj, Scientist EIMD, to kindly deliver his welcome address.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed chief guest, our talented young participants, seniors, my dear colleagues. I, A.G. Rangaraj, Scientist E, welcome you all to this workshop, an empowering young mind in the weather and climate services. It is my honor to welcome you all to this important, exciting event going to happen now. I am particularly delighted to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished chief guest, Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary of Ministry of Earth Science, MOES, Dr. M. Mohapatra, Director General of Meteorology, India Meteorological Department, our youth icon, Professor Chetan Singh Solanki, and other eminent dignitaries, speakers, my dear seniors, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We gather here today to dive into the critical field of the weather and climate services by our young talent of India. Our world is at crossroads, facing significant environmental challenges that require innovative solutions and collaborative action. The role of weather and climate services has never been more vital in shaping our future and ensuring the sustainability of our planet. This workshop having a key objective of empowering youth involvement in meteorological disaster management and weather awareness, ensuring equitable access to meteorological science and technology while promoting youth participation and representation, integrating youth perspective into forecasting, early warning system and deliver the weather services. So at this juncture, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have made this workshop possible. Primarily, Honorable Secretary Sir, MOES Dr. M. Ravichandran, our Director General of Meteorology, IMD Dr. M. Mohapatra, our youth icon talk, Professor Chetan Singh Solanki, our distinguished dignitaries, speakers, organizing committee members, heads of departments. As we embark our today's journey, I encourage each one of you to make the most of this opportunity, engage actively, ask questions, share your ideas and network with your peers and mentors. This is a platform not just for learning but for collaboration and innovative for making our future India. Let's work together to create a future where we can effectively address weather and climate changes, ensuring a sustainable and resilient planet for generation to come. Thank you all once again for being here. Let's make this workshop a memorable and transformative experience. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your welcome address. Dr. M. Mohapatra is the Director General of Meteorology, IMD, and third Vice President of WMO. Now I would request Dr. M. Mohapatra to deliver opening remarks and set the stage for today's session.
Namaskar, good morning to all of you. Respected Secretary, Mr. Parsons, Dr. M. Chair of today's function, our youth icon, Professor Chetan Solanki, IIT Bombay, my dear friends and colleagues from Ministry of Earth Sciences, India Meteorological Department, colleagues from various organizations, including and other organizations, especially the youth participants for this one-day national workshop, Youth and Weather, or Weather and Youth. As the name indicates, it is the way forward, and the youth
are the way forward. At the outset, I congratulate all our young scientists, engineers, scientific professionals, and the colleagues from various organizations for making it possible to participate in this one-day workshop commemorating 150 years of India Meteorological Department. I also congratulate all of you for IMD service in the past 150 years to the nation. Each one of us have been benefited by the weather and climate services, which has grown by leaps and bounds over the years due to the commitment, dedications, and involvement of our past generations and, of course, the current generation. The youth present here are the future. They are the torchbearers of the society. They will take forward the science of meteorology, the services on weather and climate, so that the future generation will be well equipped to ensure a sustainable development, to ensure a society which is weather ready and climate smart. I express my deep gratitude to our respected Secretary, Dr. M. Ravichandran, for accepting this idea and providing the guidance, encouragement, and support to initiate the first ever workshop for youth. When we thought about the various programs to commemorate 150 years, naturally it came to mind that India Meteorological Department, though is completing 150 years, is still young. Recently, we have gone for recruitment of the scientific assistants and scientists in such a large number that if you look at the average age of the employees in India Meteorological Department, will be quite less. So therefore, it is an unique opportunity inspire and ignite the young minds not only in India Meteorological Department but the Ministry of Arts Sciences and other allied organizations associated with IMD and weather and climate services to carry forward the future prospects. If you look at the challenges which we are facing at present are basically the climate change, which is resulting in more frequent, intense, extreme weather events locally, and also of shorter duration sometimes. The characteristics have changed, and this phenomena of changing behavior may continue in the future. Therefore, we have to be more well equipped, and our preparedness can save us and can save the society. The preparedness starts with the awareness. So one of the objectives of this weather and youth workshop is to increase the awareness among the youth, to equip themselves with the knowledge, experience and expertise, so that they can save themselves and they can provide safety, protections to the society. Not only that, the young minds are the creative minds. We have come up over the long way with the knowledge creation, commencing with the establishment of the various research organizations in 1960s and 70s. Now you can find the field of meteorology in various institutes, organizations. So by that way, the capacity building of the young people are taking up, and it will go on. But it is supported by the operational aspects, the expectations of the society. So therefore, there is a role for India Meteorological Department to convert the science into the services with the help of the sister organizations in the Ministry of Arts Sciences, academia, R&D, disaster managers, and others. So with these, we feel that the young people in the country can be provided with the knowledge of weather and climate, so that their day-to-day activities can be mainstreamed with this information, and they can optimize their activities to have the maximum benefit in terms of the socio-economic progress of themselves and of the society. There are also scope for startups because India Meteorological Department is a very old organization. There are a lot of data which are almost free now. Anyone can utilize, especially for startup purpose or for any academic research purpose, it can be utilized. Even if a young person is not pursuing the meteorology, but he is studying something else, even then he can find certain applications in their studies or the work culture, because meteorology is a multidisciplinary science. You can find out application everywhere, any field. So therefore, even if you are not having a professional career in meteorology, you can have meteorology as a hobby, whether in climate science and services as a hobby, to spread the protection to the society and yourself. So to begin with, what we did actually, we identified the people within IMD. Initially, we thought that we should consider only the people below 35 years as per the international standards. In WMO defines young people with the age of less than 35 years. So we constituted a functional group of these people with the age of less than 35 years, a functional group. And the functional group has come up with various new ideas for increasing awareness, for utilizing information, for involving youth in various programs of India Meteorological Department and Ministry of Earth Sciences. In today's one-day workshop, we thought that those members of the functional group, they should be divided into subgroups, and they have gone for the brainstorming sessions in the past 2-3 months, and they have come up with some of the recommendations that will be presented in today's workshop. In addition to that, we thought that we should call the icons, like the Santishwar Bhatnagar Awadi. We have got 2 persons here from IITM and Space Application Center. Then we thought that we should have the young minds from the allied organizations like Bharat Scouts and Guides, Indian Air Force, Indian Navy, NDRF, etc. So we have called them. There will be presentations and interactions. And I am sure at the end of the day, we will come up with certain recommendations which will pave the way for better approaches to improve the involvement of youth in the weather and to improve the application of weather knowledge to the youth community. So the program which are being conducted by India Meteorological Department is in line with the initiatives taken by the World Meteorological Organizations. So we have to be exploring the other avenues. We should not be limited only to IMD or MOES. There are many organizations youth-centric. So that we are trying to have a network of all the organizations within the country who are working towards the benefit of the youth and involvement of youth for various mainstream activities of Government of India. At the same time, there are also youth power beyond the country, and we can utilize the WMO platform and other platforms to strengthen the youth power with the knowledge of weather and climate. So there are the few objectives with which we have come up with this first ever national workshop on weather and youth. And I am sure all of us will gain a lot from the talks by the young minds, also by the interaction among the young people with the old people present here, and we can pave a good way for the future. So thank you very much. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for such inspiring and stimulating speech. It has definitely rekindled enthusiasm amongst all of us. Let us move ahead with release of Souvenir document. This souvenir serves as a lasting reminder of the dedication, knowledge and collaboration that we all are witnessing today. It reflects the hard work put in by everyone involved in highlighting the shared vision we all hold for a more sustainable future. I would request dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the souvenir documents. Thank you so much, sir, for releasing this souvenir. We are sure that this document will serve as an inspiration for all of us, and it will act as a symbol of the progress we aim to make in the future. Thank you so much. Let's move ahead with the launch of Weather and Youth Portal. A dedicated web-based application, Weather and Youth, has been developed by the India Meteorological Department. It is a digital platform designed to empower the youth, raise awareness about weather forecasting, and engage young minds in the science of meteorology. This portal will serve as a hub for learning, sharing knowledge, and participating in activities that help cultivate a deeper understanding of weather patterns, climate change, and environmental responsibility. I request Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary MOES, to kindly launch the Weather and Youth Portal.
Submit.
The India Meteorological Department proudly launches the Weather and Youth Portal, a dynamic platform to engage and educate youth on weather and climate services. This initiative underscores IMD's dedication to fostering awareness and building capacity for the future. The portal features Events module, showcasing IMD's youth-focused activities from workshops to conferences. Course module, offering weather-related courses to deepen understanding of meteorology and climate science. Internship module, connecting students and researchers with hands-on opportunities across IMD offices. Blog module, sharing the latest insights and advancements in weather and climate services. Quiz module, enhancing knowledge through interactive quizzes with certificates for participants. The Weather and Youth Portal integrates learning, engagement, and opportunities, empowering youth with tools to understand and contribute to climate resilience. India Meteorological Department, empowering youth, empowering tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for launching the web application. May I now take this opportunity to invite Dr. Chetan Singh Solanki, Professor at IIT Bombay. He is an educator, researcher, innovator, and a happiness program teacher of Art of Living. He has taken Energy Swaraj Yatra from November 2020 through a solar bus for 11 years, that is until 2030. In this yatra, Professor Solanki has pledged not to go home until 11 years and stay in the Solar Yatra bus. He is also known as Solar Man of India or Solar Gandhi. We are really excited to listen to your talk, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? If you can confirm.
Yes, sir,
audible. Great. So thank you so much for inviting me on this wonderful occasion. To begin with, let me congratulate IMD for completing 150 years and also launching this portal today. Thanks to Dr. Mohapatra for inviting me. Thanks to Dr. Ravichandran ji, Dr. Rangaraj. IMD personally is here with me, Dr. Gupta and other team members. It is really my pleasure to be able to speak to all of you this morning. I wish I would have been there in Delhi, but unfortunately I couldn't make it. So thank you very much for accommodating my online presentation for this occasion. I'll try to share my screen and is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'll take about 30-35 minutes or so to bring this important understanding of the climate change and how to correct. First of all, thanks to Dr. Mohapatra once again for already elaborating the importance of the climate change and why everybody is affected and why everybody should be interested in something like this. But when I'm traveling all across the country, I see that there is a wide gap in understanding of the fundamentals of the climate change and how are we going to correct it. And that's why in today's discussion, I'm going to share with you the 6 points about the climate change and how are we going to correct it. By the way, I'm professor at IIT Bombay. My name is Chetan Singh Solanki. I'm professor and I'm a married person. And every time I introduce myself, I introduce this particular feature that I'm a married person. I have 2 daughters, but I've left my home for 11 years. Last time when I was at my home, it was 2020, and the next time when I will go my home, it is going to be 2031. And I keep asking, why would a professor of IIT Bombay with married person with 2 daughters would leave home for 11 years? What could be the reason? I mean, there can be 2 reasons. One, that person has gone crazy, दिमाग का screw ढीला हो गया, or there is a genuine reason. And I keep asking, मेरा screw ढीला लगता है क्या? Normally तो लोग मना ही करते हैं, which means there is a genuine reason, and that's why I started this yatra of 11 years. Today, as I'm speaking to you, it has already been 1507 days that I've completed living in a bus. So when I'm traveling, I live in this bus. By the way, right now I'm sitting in this window. There you see the white curtain. That is precisely the place where I'm sitting right now. And my bus is moving home. There is a bed here. There is a kitchen. I'll show you. This is my bed. There's a library also here. Your team member from IMD, my kitchen, my washroom, library, temple, garden, everything is there inside. And I invite all of you to visit my home sometime whenever there's possibility. Let me start with this quote from the Plato. Plato was a Greek philosopher, and he said, every king should be a philosopher, or only philosopher should become a king. It is important that the kings, the people who possess the power, should have philosophical mindset. You know why? Because power without philosophy is actually dangerous. And we, the modern people, with our science and technology and economy, we have actually become a powerful people. But we have lost the touch of philosophy. As a result of that, we do not know what we are doing, why we are doing, how much we should be doing. And the fundamental question I keep asking everyone, and a lot of youth sitting there should also be able to respond to this. Should we increase the GDP of our country? And answer is yes, definitely. But do you know how much GDP should increase? 5% or 7 or 9 or 10 or 15 or 20? How much? Nobody knows. Everybody knows that GDP should increase, but nobody knows. I keep joking that even if I ask Prime Minister Modi ji, बताइए देश का GDP कितना बढ़ना चाहिए? I think Modi ji will just say, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बढ़ना चाहिए. How much? Nobody knows. How long GDP should increase? So that we get moksha, for example, another 10 years, another 20 years, another 30 years, 40, 50 years, how many more years? That also nobody knows the answer. So not knowing how much to grow and how long to grow is like driving a vehicle without any brake. And if anybody drives a vehicle without any brake, what happens? Accident. And it looks like modern humans, all of us, have already met an accident, or very soon we are going to meet an accident. So with this, I keep telling people now that the climate change is such a severe issue that even if it means to stop schooling for some time, 1 week, 2 weeks, even if it means to stop universities and colleges sometime, we should do that. Because all over the world there are, schools are anyway getting closed. For example, in December, Tamil Nadu, schools were closed because of the floods. We know that in Europe what happened. We know just what is happening right now in California, Los Angeles. I read the news today, 7 schools got burnt out. Some 10,000 buildings got burnt out. There were floods in Dubai and snowfall in Saudi Arabia, and forest fires right now going in South America. All 13 countries in South America are burning. So basically, we are in such a serious issue that even if you need to stop schooling for a moment, for a week or month, I think it is worth doing it, because if our children do not learn about the climate change, they will miss out a big thing. If they do not learn about the basic education, for a week or 2 weeks, it doesn't matter. But they should actually learn about the climate change right now. So that's why I'm going to discuss with you 6 points. What is climate change? Why it has changed? Who has changed it? When to correct it? How to correct it? And what an individual can do. And if you can learn this 6 point and apply in your daily life, I believe that my yatra is going to be successful. Let's start with the point number 1. Climate change means what has changed? A lot of people are confused. Aam Janta, we feel that the pollution is a climate change or deforestation is a climate change. But well, no, that is not a climate change. Climate change is a long-term seasonal change. And the problem is that change has been dramatic. For example, I give example of myself. In 2015, when I first became aware about the climate change, I used to talk, climate is changing. And in 2020, when I started witnessing a lot of erratic weather system, then we said climate has changed. In 2024, because every single year is becoming a distinct year, every summer is a different summer, every winter is a different winter. That's why I keep saying now, climate change is accelerating. And it is very clear that it is not changing, it is accelerating. So that is how dramatic it is. In fact, yesterday's news is that the World Meteorological Organization has declared 2024 is the warmest year in the entire human history. Isn't it shocking and surprising? It should be for everyone, but it is not. As a result of the climate change, it is a long-term weather system change, which means the number of floods are increasing, number of forest fires, droughts, heat waves, ice melting, sea level rise, everything is increasing. And these are some of the data from WMO that shows how in just matter of 4 decades, the number of floods, droughts, heat waves, everything is gone 5 times more. There are 5 times more drastic events are taking place, erratic weather are taking place. So therefore, climate change is very real. It is right in front of our door. It is knocking, and unfortunately, world is sleeping. Nevertheless, let's go to the point number 2, why it has changed. Everybody knows that climate has changed. Everybody is experiencing it. Why it has changed? What has happened? Human life has been there on this planet for the last 250,000 years. What has happened in the last 50 years, 100 years that climate change is already happening? Well, again, a lot of people say various things, but there is one thing which is, very, very common in every erratic weather system, that is the use of energy. Ever since humans started using energy, the problem started. And which energy? The carbon-based energy. I'll come to that. But energy is very important in our life, because energy, as per the Sustainable Development Goals, energy has connection with poverty, hunger, health, education, literacy. Goal number 12, inclusive and resilient cities. 13, the climate change. Even goal number 16 and 17, the peace and partnership. दुनिया में शांति रहेगी या नहीं रहेगी, इसका संबंध भी एनर्जी से. So it is the energy that is the driving force of our life. Everything on this planet is driven by energy, and that's why I say energy is everything, and everything is energy. But what we are doing is we are playing the wrong game of energy. And why I'm saying we are playing a wrong game of energy? Because of this graph. This graph is a story of human being, the modern human beings of last 225 years. What happened in 1850? We started to industrialize and we started using coal first time. In 1900 we started using crude oil. In 1950 we started using gas. But look at beyond 1950 how energy consumption has increased. And today in 2024-25 we are using coal, oil, gas, solar, wind, biomass, hydro, nuclear. All these energy sources are using. But the problem is, even today, the gas, oil and coal are the dominant source of energy supply. How much? 80 to 85% energy comes from coal, oil and gas only. And the problem is that we don't have this energy. We depend on import. India spends 17 lakh crore rupees to import energy every single year. And that itself is a problem because our dependency to other countries is huge. There's another problem that all these sources, coal, oil and gas, are actually carbon based. The root The basic atom is carbon, and every time when we burn carbon, the reaction is carbon plus oxygen equal to carbon dioxide plus energy. And all of us use energy. And a lot of people feel that only using electricity is energy and petrol, diesel is energy and gas is energy. But answer is no. When you brush your teeth, that is also use of energy. And I keep explaining people that most people don't even realize that how dangerous it is to brush your teeth. Yes, it is dangerous. You know why? Because to brush your teeth, you need toothpaste, you need to package toothpaste, you need to manufacture it, you need to transport it, you need to store it, and then you bring it to your home. All this process needs energy, and energy means carbon emission. You need toothbrush, again manufacturing, packaging, transportation. You need water, for water you need pipe, for pipe you need iron. Then you need to mine iron and put a lot of energy. You need motor, magnets, copper wire, overhead tank, cement, concrete, wash basin, mirror, bulb, electricity. All this is required to perform a simple activity which is called brushing your teeth. So brushing teeth itself takes so much of energy, and we don't have even idea. We don't realize that every time when you eat food, you are actually responsible for carbon emission. You're cooking it on LPG. From every kitchen, carbon dioxide is emitted. And I keep asking, Dr. Mohapatra and Dr. Ravichandran, if you're listening, I keep asking, from your kitchen, if carbon dioxide is getting emitted every time when meal is cooked, where do you throw carbon dioxide? Where do you throw? And most people say in the atmosphere. And I keep saying, atmosphere is not our father's property. It is not your father's property. It is not Chacha's property or Mama's property. Atmosphere is finite. Our science is growing, technology is growing, economy is growing, but this blue layer, that what you see there is atmosphere. That is not growing. It is finite. And as a result, what happens? Because our emission rates are increasing, the atmosphere is finite. We have actually made this atmosphere as a garbage bin. And because emission rates are increasing, the garbage bin is getting filled. As a result of that, the carbon dioxide level in concentration in atmosphere is growing. For last 800,000 years, this graph shows how carbon dioxide is constant. There is constant. It used to be 52%.
Circa network.
Two. You have changed the concentration of carbon dioxide by 52%. You have changed your atmosphere by 52%. Am I audible? Is everything fine?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
All
sir.
right.
Audible.
So we have changed atmosphere, in the atmosphere by 52%. What does it mean? It means that humans have become so dangerous that it has caused the change of its own atmosphere by 52%. No other animal can do that. That is the disaster of modern life. Unfortunately, carbon dioxide is called greenhouse gas. And greenhouse gas has job of greenhouse effect, trapping up the heat. 52% extra carbon dioxide means 52% extra capacity of the planet to trap the heat. As a result of the temperature of the planet is rising and rising. Second problem is, once carbon dioxide is emitted, it has an average life of 300 years. You know what does it mean? It means that when you are going to eat food today, it will have impact on the atmosphere for 300 years. If you are going to travel today and you are going to use petrol and diesel, it will have an impact on the atmosphere for 300 years. You know what does it mean? It means that we don't even realize the kind of disaster we contribute every single day, every single act of modern life. As a result of all this thing, the temperature of the planet is rising and rising and rising. And as I said, the 2024 has been declared as the warmest year in the human history. So first it used to rise slowly, now it is rising faster, and as I said, it is accelerating. Right now the planet's temperature has increased by almost 1.2 to 1.3 degrees centigrade, which in degree Fahrenheit is almost 2.4 to 2.5 degree Fahrenheit. And I keep asking, The human body temperature is 97, 98 degree Fahrenheit. If the body temperature increases by just 2 degree, it becomes 100 degree Fahrenheit. And when body temperature is 100 degree, what we say? Body has got the fever. Right now, the planet's temperature is increased by 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 degree Fahrenheit. Can we say that planet has got the fever? And answer is yes. And when we get a fever, we take paracetamol to reduce the temperature. I keep asking all my audience everywhere on this planet, what is that medicine that we can give to our planet to reduce its temperature? Is there any medicine? And unfortunately, 95% people have the wrong idea how to reduce. What is that pill? What is that medicine? You know what? Most of the people, the medicine is planting trees or collecting garbage or making plastic this, and no, that is not the solution to climate change. That is not the solution. And I come to why that. So I hope point number is clear. Climate has changed for only one reason, that is use of carbon in or carbon emission. Let's come to the point number 3. Very interesting. Who has changed the climate? Whenever I ask this question, Dr. Mahapatra, whenever I ask this question, who has changed the climate? All intelligent, smart, educated people, what they say? Humans have done it. I have not done it. Humans have done it. And I cross question them, are you not humans? Then they correct themselves, they say, we have done it. And I say, no, that is also wrong answer. Not we. I have done it. Should be the answer. You know why? Because each person, rich or poor, American or African, Indian or European, young or old, rural or urban, every person is using energy. And therefore, every person is emitting carbon dioxide. And therefore, every person is contributing to the climate change, directly or indirectly. Directly because we eat food, travel, electricity. Indirectly because clothes, cement, building, concrete, furniture, that is also resulting in a climate change. Therefore, the right answer is, who has caused the climate change? I have done it. And if that is the answer, who is going to correct the climate change? Who should act to correct the climate change? And the answer should be, I should be that person, because I am the one who is consuming energy and material, and therefore I should be that person who should also contribute into climate change correction. And that is where my Energy Swaraj Yatra is all about, to create that public awareness. As Dr. Mahapatra mentioned, we need awareness first if you want correction. And to create that awareness, I am doing this yatra of 11 years. That brings me to point number 4. Yes, climate has changed. Yes, it is changed because of the carbon emission, and each individual is responsible when to correct the climate change. And it depends on 2 parameters. I'm sure everybody in the audience, if I ask when to correct the climate change, of course, time was yesterday. The right time was yesterday, but we are already late. But at least do it right now. Why? Because the climate scientists have been telling us that, like every physical system has a threshold limits. Like rubber, if you pull it, and leave it, it will go to the original state. But if you pull it beyond certain point, it will break down. Climate change and the atmosphere has also similarly has a physical limit. Beyond certain point, it will break down. And what is that point? That point is global warming of 1.5 degrees centigrade, ideally, or maximum 2 degrees centigrade. What is going to happen at 1.5 degrees centigrade? Will there be a sudden disaster and everybody will die? क्या अचानक प्रलय आने वाला है, सब लोग मरने वाले? Answer is absolutely no. I keep saying, ऐसा कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. Don't worry, मजाक में बोलता हूँ लोगों को, चिंता मत करो, इतनी आसान मौत नहीं मिलने वाली. Nature is not going to kill us so easily. एक मूवी में जो डेंजरस विलेन होता है ना, हीरो को कैसे मारता है? तड़पा तड़पा के. तो नेचर भी हमको तड़पा तड़पा के ही मारने वाली है. और जैसे अभी कैलिफोर्निया में हो रहा है, जैसे बाकी जगह होता है, we are all going to suffer greater and greater consequences. So 1.5 degrees centigrade, it will start to become irreversible, and by 2 degrees centigrade, climate change will be completely reversible. What does it mean? Beyond 2 degrees centigrade, if all human beings on this planet, they decide to do nothing on this planet, एक लंगोट पहन के जिएंगे, फिर भी हम क्लाइमेट को रिवर्स नहीं कर सकते. It's an irreversible phenomena. There are positive feedback loops in the climate cycles. So let us do everything possible at 1.5, limiting global warming to 1.5 or maximum 2 degrees centigrade. And if you really want to do, the next question is how much time is left with us? How much more we can afford to emit? How long we can? Well, there are two parameters. One is the carbon budget, how much more we can afford. And this is 2023 data, by the way. The remaining carbon budget was 200 billion ton for 1.5 degrees centigrade and almost 950 billion ton for 2 degrees centigrade. And it looked like a big number, right? 200 billion ton. But when you look at the rate of our carbon emission, 14 lakh kilogram per second. Per second, can you believe it? 1.4 million kg of carbon dioxide is emitted in the atmosphere in 1 second, just like that, just like that. 1 second. That's why what poor trees will do. When a tree to grow fully, it takes 25, 30 years, and then it absorbs only 800 to 1000 kilograms on an average. But we are throwing 14 lakh kilogram of carbon emission every single second. And when you divide the first number with second, you get the time which is given by climate clock. In fact, we have designed hardware for this climate clock, and Dr. Ravichandran, you should make sure that this climate clock should be displayed in big way in all major cities and all corners, so that we make people aware that time is running out. We are all sleeping. We are running out of time. 2024 time left as of this clock, 4 years and 228 days. And those who understand science understand that this all depends on a probability that with which we say this, and they can, considering that 67 probability that we remain in 1.5 degree, probability 80 degree, as the time will be even smaller. So this time can be few years here and there, but what I'm saying is we don't have 500 years, we don't have 200 years, we don't have 100 years, 50 years. We are talking about few years now. So let us understand this and let us start drastic and immediate action for climate correction. So fourth point is clear, we need to correct right now. That brings us to the point. How to correct? The $1 million question, the $1 billion and $1 trillion question, how to correct? And unfortunately, let me do that with my experience of traveling all over the world, presentation in the United Nations, talking to people everywhere. I can tell you that 99.9% people have how to correct it. 99.9% people. And why I'm saying that? Well, to do business, it is not working. We are trying to make policies, Kyoto Protocol, Paris Agreement, COP meetings. Last 25 years we have been making policies. Is problem getting solved? No. We have been trying to develop technologies, electric vehicles, solar, green hydrogen, artificial intelligence. Every technology is growing. Is problem is no. We are trying to grow economy. World economy has been growing 3 to 4%. India's economy is growing with a rate of 5 to 6, 7%. Is the problem getting solved? Answer is no. What does it mean? It means that business as usual approaches are not working. Please bring this point to Prime Minister also. Please bring this point to Niti Aayog also. And all ministries who are concerned with climate change and energy, that look guys, hold on and realize that business as usual tools are not working. Climate change is becoming bad to worse every single year. So if this is not working, what is going to work? What is the solution then? Well, as per the IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the solution is change in energy use pattern. That is the solution. And I keep saying, the cancer cannot be treated by taking paracetamol. Can we treat cancer by paracetamol? No. Cancer cannot be treated by taking paracetamol. If you want to treat cancer, you need to remove the root cause of the cancer. You need to kill the cancerous cells. You need to do chemotherapy. Similarly, if you want to solve the problem of climate change, what do you need to do? You need to remove the root cause. And the root cause of climate change is carbon emission. What do you have to do? You have to reduce carbon emission and make it to zero. Many people are shy telling that we need to bring carbon dioxide emission to zero. But there is no other choice. We have to make it zero. Carbon emission is a life of 300 years. Once emitted, it is there for 300 years. So even if you cut down carbon emission by 99%, that 1% extra is going to be good enough to continue the, aiding to the climate change. So what we need bringing it to zero. But even you have to do it two qualifying conditions: drastically and immediately. The change has to be there, drastic and immediate. And it is unfortunate when I'm traveling all across the country, I don't see anybody making a drastic change, an immediate change. That is where the problem is. No individual, no institution, no city, no state, no government are actually making drastic and immediate change. As a result, problem is becoming worse and worse. The problem is, Dr. Ravichandran, if you're there and listening, the problem is that the modern humans, which means all of us we are all living a contradiction. Life is full of contradiction. And this is a classical contradiction. What do we want? We all want growth. Great. But growth requires input as energy. And 80-85% energy comes from carbon. That is going to result in carbon emission. That is going to cause climate change. And therefore, growth is equal to climate change. And I want to ask all the audience who are sitting right now there, what do we want? What do you want? Particular to youth. Do you want growth or you want climate change solution? Tell me, what do you want? And I'm ready. I'm waiting for your answer. Anybody? Anybody want to answer? What do you want? Do you want growth or you want a climate change solution?
Many people are speaking on growth.
Many people are taking
both.
growth. Okay.
They are telling both.
So, or both. अच्छा both.
Both.
Both will never happen. Both हो गया मतलब मोक्ष मिल जाएगा, right? Both कुछ होता नहीं है. Like realize that, there is nothing called both. It will not work, and I will explain you why both will not work and why. So basically, there is nothing called both. If you choose growth, you are anyway going to get worsened climate change, which is going to affect your life, your health, your money, everything will get affected. So of course the judicious choice will be correcting climate change. Unfortunately, that is not the answer for most people. Growth requires increase in energy supply. Climate change solution requires decrease in energy supply. And that's why there's a contradiction. And if anybody can ensure that there is a solution to this problem, I feel that person should not get 1 or 2 Nobel Prize. That person should get 8 to 10 Nobel Prize. Why? Because it is not the problem of one country, one continent. It is a problem of humanity. It is a problem of survivability. That's why it is important that we figure out the solution to that, if at all we want to survive. Well, according to me, drastic and immediate change in energy use is required. That is the problem definition. The solution could be switching to solar energy 100%. Not even 99%, 100%. As I told, carbon has life of 300 years. Even 1% emission will create a problem. So if you all switch to solar energy 100%, that will be drastic change. And if you can all do this within 1, 2, 3 years of time, it will become immediate change. And that is the ultimate solution, drastic and immediate. It is also very unfortunate. I keep asking a lot of people, how many of you are using solar energy? And all of you can actually raise hand if you're using it. And it is unfortunate that only few people raise hand. We don't even realize that the air that I breathe is also use of solar energy. The water that I drink is also use of solar energy. The food that I eat is also use of solar energy. Let us realize that we exist on this planet because of the sun. Sun is the center of survival of human life. And we, the modern humans, we have lost the track in what we feel. We have based our life on coal, oil and gas. No, we have to come back to the center. हिंदी में कहावत है, जहाज का पंछी यदि रास्ता भटक जाए तो उसको वापस जहाज पर आना पड़ता है. We have lost the track. We have to get back to the solar energy 100%. But hold on. Solar energy is also not a solution. Why? Because we don't follow certain rules. At our home, we have made rule. The putting shoes outside, cooking in the kitchen, sleeping in the bedroom, taking bath in the bathroom. We don't violate that. We don't cook in the bedroom and sleep in the kitchen. So for a smaller space like home, we have created laws. We have created rules. Are there any rules for living on this planet? Has anybody created such thing? Has anybody told any parents, any politician, any policymaker? No. I have created 2 fundamental laws of what I call them human existence. Now I guarantee that human life will not exist if you don't follow the Solanki's fundamental law. So please write it down on IMD walls also. No, and your department also, please write this fundamental if you really want to correct. Law number 1 says, in an ecosystem of finite resources, there has to be finite consumption. When everything is finite, resources are finite, consumption has to be finite. When salary is fixed, expenses should be fixed. The science is growing, technology is growing, economy is growing, size of our planet is not growing. The water on the planet is not growing, minerals are not growing, soil is not growing. Nothing on this planet is growing. But what humans are thinking, no, we should grow. There should be growth. Production should continue to grow. Consumption should continue to grow. How come it is not possible, dear? Because everything we derive from this planet, it is impossible for continuously growth. And I'm not telling it first time. A lot of people have been telling us. The first report came in 1972, by MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology from US. They have published a book called Limits to Growth. And there's a beautiful example and explanation of why there has to be limit to growth. Unfortunately, we are not following that. And law number 2, so first law is you have to limit our consumption for simple reason, because size of our planet is limited. Once you limit it, the next thing is you have to localize the production. Why should you localize the production? Because centralized production always results in unequal distribution. Unequal distribution means growth in inequity, which means that a lack of peace and violence. And that is what is happening. Science, technology, everything is growing, but brotherhood is not growing. Love between people is not growing. Rather violence is growing. So limiting consumption and localizing production are the two fundamentals of living sustainably on this planet. And as far my experience goes, we are violating both of these every single hour, every single day of our life. So that's how to correct the climate change, limiting and localizing. Remember these two words. And that brings me to the last point, what an individual can do. Well, what an individual can do? That's not, because it's an individual that has created the problem. And what individual can do? It can do everything. I'm going to explain a 3-step approach, what individual can do. And that is AMG approach, avoid, minimize and generate approach. For what? Switching to solar energy. In fact, you can use this approach for everything that you do. Avoid first, minimize second, generate resource only as a last option. Step number 1 is avoid by 1/3. Avoid the use of energy as much as possible, even if it is solar energy. And people know me because of solar. People call me Solar Man of India, Solar Gandhi. My job is to promote solar energy. But what I'm saying, rule number 1 of using solar energy is do not use solar energy also. I did PhD in solar. I wrote books on solar. I did research on solar. Using solar energy means mining silicon. Silicon has a melting temperature of 1480 degrees centigrade. You have to melt 3 times. And then you purify silicon, make crystal, silicon wafer. Then you have to make module. For making module, you need glass. Then you need aluminum frame. To erect the module, you need iron structure, copper cable, inverter. All this material will come from this planet. You have to mine them, you have to refine them, you have to put energy, you have to put chemical. All of them will have side effect. Less but not zero. And therefore, as we say in English, prevention is better than cure. Using solar energy is cure, but not using any energy is prevention. That is the ultimate solution. Avoid what is avoidable. And I started looking at my home, what is avoidable. There's so many things that are avoidable. You would be surprised to know at my home there is no refrigerator, there is no geyser, there is no air conditioner, there is no microwave. In fact, I have stopped ironing my clothes. Not because I cannot afford, but because nature cannot afford. In nature, everything is finite. Recently one of my photo got viral all over the country. A lot of social media and TV covered it. I was sitting in Delhi Hyatt Hotel. I was relaxing in the lobby. It was a whole day event invited by Economic Times. I was relaxing in the lobby. I removed my shoes. I was working on my laptop. I removed my shoes and my socks were torn. So there are 3-4 holes in one sock. And somebody took a photo and said, "Sir, you should change them now." And I said, "Yes, definitely. I am a professor of IIT Bombay. I can buy 100 pairs of socks. I can afford, but nature cannot afford." Young people, you are sitting there, please realize that when you are going to grow, when you are going to earn more money, when your income will increase, when your salary will increase, please realize that your capacity to buy is increasing. Nature's capacity to supply does not increase with your salary. Nature's capacity to supply is always fixed and finite. That is not increasing. So please be very, very cautious. When you get more money, please don't spend more money. Don't buy bigger things, more things, bigger car, bigger house. That is going to aid to the problem of your own life and definitely your children's life. So avoid what is avoidable. If you cannot avoid it, minimize it. Use energy efficiently. Use LED. Use BLDC fan. Don't use 3 doors refrigerator. Use 50 liters refrigerator. Don't make big bedroom. Make a smaller bedroom. Because if you are going to use AC, it is going to cool your walls and cement and and a roof and furniture and floor and small body also. What we want to cool? Small body. But what your AC is cooling in your bedroom? Everything else. That is not the great thing. Minimize the consumption of energy by efficiency, by reducing the size. That is step number 2. 1/3 should be avoided, 1/3 should be minimized. And the last step has to be generate only 1/3. Only 1/3. Don't generate mindlessly. I was in Gujarat and with my yatra, I was very happy to see Gujarat as a developing state. Every third, fourth house will have solar panel on the top. So initially I was very happy. But after some time, I got very sad. You know why? Because after one of my lecture like this, somebody came to me and said, "Sir, thank you very much. आपने आंखें खोल दी." मैंने कहा क्या हुआ? He said, "Sir, सिस्टर का फोन आया था, बोल रही थी भैया मैंने घर पे 6 किलोवाट का सोलर सिस्टम लगाया और बोल रही थी पहले एक कमरे में एसी था, अभी तीनों कमरों में एसी लगा लिया." You see the disaster? Use of solar energy to save money and to save environment are two different approaches. If you want to save money, you have to maximize your generation. And if you want to save environment, you have to minimize your consumption. It is unfortunate, most people don't even understand. Ministry of New and Renewable Energy also doesn't understand. You are trying to put more and more solar without realizing that after some time, solar, electric vehicle, all this technology itself will become a problem because technology alone is not a solution. So I hope you'll remember AMG formula. AMG, avoid, minimize, generate. A means avoid, M means minimize, G means generate. How much? 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. And if you're not going to follow AMG, you'll have to say, OMG, oh my God, solar is expensive. Oh my God, this is not feasible. That is not feasible. So let us follow AMG in our life and adopt to energy Swaraj. That is energy independence, energy Atmanirbharta. In fact, Prime Minister Modi has mentioned in 2019, speech from Red Fort, Independence Day, he said, भारत को आत्मनिर्भर बनना है तो एनर्जी में आत्मनिर्भर बनना पड़ेगा. And I keep adding, यदि हमें एनर्जी में आत्मनिर्भर बनना है, हर व्यक्ति को आत्मनिर्भर बनना पड़ेगा. And with solar energy, renewable energy, it is possible that we all localize our energy solution as much as possible. Not possible in metros anymore, but yes, most of the part of the country it is possible. And I presented this idea in 2019 in IEEE Global Competition. There were 459 teams all over the world. We were the winner at the national level, then Asia level, and the final global round. There were 21 teams from all continents. We have beaten all the teams, and Energy Swaraj, was the winner. And I got a prize money of 100,000 US dollar, 80 lakh rupees. And I donated that money and created Energy Swaraj Foundation. So the purpose of my yatra, the purpose of Energy Swaraj Foundation to establish Energy Swaraj, not only in India but all over the world. Energy Swaraj, Energy Atmanirbharta is a need of the hour for every country, whether you are America, Africa or India. I also believe that the climate correction is not only possible with the government alone or with the policy or technology alone. We need everybody on board. Everybody has to be part of the solution because everybody is part of the problem. And if everybody becomes part of the solution, it will become a public movement. And what will the shape of this public movement? When everybody feels that it is my responsibility to correct the climate change. I want to leave behind a livable planet. I want to reduce my energy consumption. I want to switch to solar energy right now without policy, without subsidy. Then the public movement will happen. And we have to create low energy consumption as a fashion of modern life. Anybody who consumes less energy should be a better person, should be well and a respected person in the society. As I said, at my home there is no fridge or geyser or AC, and I stopped ironing my clothes. To create a fashion, I also decided, we have 2 daughters, and I decided that whenever they will get married, in their marriage function, we are going to invite only those people who come without ironing their clothes. Let us create a fashion. Let us make low energy consumption as the virtue of modern life to be acquired. then we are going to create a public movement, and then only we'll solve the problem of climate change. I'm quickly running out of time. I quickly want you to take some action. I hope everybody who listened to me is going to take some action, because understanding is not enough, awareness is not enough. First action is we have to make it become energy literate, and I would like to request Dr. Mohapatra and Dr. Ravichandran that there is this training program, energy literacy, and it is free for everyone. And I call it energy literacy, is a license to use energy. It is the first step to solve the problem of climate change. And this is free program. You can actually put this program also on your portal. It's a beautifully designed program, and over 2 million people have already registered it. So it will tell you how to avoid the misuse, overuse, etc. Second thing is climate correction has to become part of our habit. We can't just do it on World Environment Day or some few days in the year. We have to make it every day. So there are 7 habits they have created that we can follow. Wah Monday is wrinkle achhe. So on Monday wear non-iron clothes. By the way, CSIR in Delhi is doing it Monday. Raw Tuesday means eat raw food on Tuesday. 1 meal raw. Waste free Wednesday means don't throw any waste on Wednesday. Power down Thursday means don't switch off the power on Thursday if possible, wherever possible. Friendly footprint Friday means use at one time, don't use your personal vehicle, use public transport, share something. No purchase day Saturday means have a Saturday, upwas of not purchasing anything. Don't buy anything, because buying means material, means energy, means carbon. And sustainable Sunday, that on Sunday repair something, refurbish something, reuse something. If you follow these 7 habits, I'm sure climate correction will become part of your life, and it will inculcate in your behavior. Also, right now I'm in Indore, and we are running this campaign called Indore Climate Mission. Awa Bana Indore ko world mein #1. What we need to do? First step for anything climate correction is avoid what is avoidable. So reduce your electricity consumption. I'm sure everywhere there's a misuse of very high time. So please take a pledge today that you are going to cut down on your electricity bill by 20%. IMD should come forward and set an example that by avoiding the wasteful use of energy, by being a cautious user of electricity, we have cut down 20% electricity, and we should write to Prime Minister so that he can bring this to notice of every government funded organization across the country. AICT, All India Council for Technical Education, CSIR, we have worked with those organizations and we have reduced the electricity bills by millions of units of electricity, and there is a proof of it. You become volunteer. All those people who are sitting right now can actually become climate volunteer. We are most welcome, because to create public movement we need a lot of people. You can actually follow me on social media. These are my handles, Chetan Singh Solanki. If you search, you will get it. And at the end, let us summarize together. And I'm a professor and I like taking exams. So what you need to do is answer the 3 fill in the blanks. Please answer this so that I'll check whether you understood or not. So here is the question number 1. Climate is not changing, climate has already changed, right? We all experience and feel. You don't need a scientist or professor to tell you that climate has changed. Number 2, who has caused the climate change? I have done it, because I am the one who is consuming energy and material. And number 3, who is going to solve the problem of climate change? I will do it, because I want to live healthy and happy life on this planet. If not, one last number, it is estimated that by the end of this century, which is 75 years from now, the global temperature will rise to minimum 3 degrees centigrade or up to 6 degrees centigrade. Imagine right now it is only 1.2, 1.3 degrees centigrade, and look at the kind of disasters that have taken place on this planet. Right now the California, the Los Angeles burning is one such example. Imagine what will happen 75 years from now, or 80 years, or maybe 100 years, or maybe 150 years. What kind of planet will be there? The first question is whether we will be able to survive. And if you are going to survive, how many of us will survive? In what shape and size we are going to survive? And therefore we say that once upon a time there were dinosaurs on this planet. They are not there anymore. They got extinct because of the climate change. If you don't take drastic and immediate action right now, few thousand years later, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years later, a new species will appear on this planet, and what they will say? They will say, once upon a time, there were humans on this planet. Oh my God, what we are talking about, right? So I hope that is not the truth, and people will take drastic and immediate action right now before it becomes too late. So with this note, once again, thank you very much to IMD for inviting me here. Thanks to organizing for such a wonderful workshop, and congratulations for completing 150 years. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering such an inspiring and thought-provoking youth talk. Your words have been a beacon of hope and a call to action. Your passion for renewable energy and sustainable living has not only educated us, but has also sparked a renewed sense of responsibility in each one of us. Through your insights and dedication, you've shown us the power of individual and collective efforts in addressing the urgent challenges of climate change and environmental degradation. We, the youth, promises to carry forward the lessons we've learned today and contribute in the best way possible for the important cause you so passionately advocate for. Thank you so much, sir. Now, with this renewed sense of purpose to take action towards safeguarding our environment, we will be taking a youth pledge. This pledge will remind us of the commitment we all share in protecting our natural resources, conserving energy, and supporting sustainable practices. Now I request everyone to rise and take the pledge. We'll first take the pledge in Hindi and then in English. मैं अपनी ऊर्जा, ज्ञान और रचनात्मकता को अपने राष्ट्र और जनता के हित में मौसम सेवाओं को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए समर्पित करने की प्रतिज्ञा करती हूँ। मैं एक मौसम तैयार और जलवायु स्मार्ट भारत बनाने के लिए नवाचारी समाधानों पर काम करने की प्रतिज्ञा करती हूँ। मैं जागरूकता बढ़ाऊंगी तथा मौसम और जलवायु के मुद्दों पर शिक्षा को बढ़ावा देकर लोगों को सशक्त बनाऊंगी। I pledge to dedicate my energy, knowledge, and creativity to advancing weather services for the benefit of my nation and its people. I will work towards innovative solutions to achieve a weather-ready and climate-smart India. I will raise awareness and promote education on weather and climate issues to empower people. Thank you everyone for taking the pledge. Please be seated. Dr. M. Ravichandran is the Serving Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Earth Science. He is a well-known scientist who is recognized globally with experience in all fields of Earth system science, including ocean and atmospheric science. Now, let us have the pleasure of listening to the inaugural address by Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary MOES.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Dr. Mohapatra, Director General of India Meteorological Department, Professor Chetan Solanki, Professor from IIT Mumbai, Mr. Rangaraj, and also two of the young recent awardees are present here, Dr. Raksi and Prasad, Dr. Prasad, and my colleagues and friends from MOES and invitees from various other organizations. Thank you for coming here, and also I thank IMD for organizing this important event, especially youth in meteorology, weather and youth. As we talk about, you all know that IMD has evolved, maybe contributed to the nation over last 150 years to all kinds of stakeholders, name it anything without weather and climate, I think it is very difficult. So there are many contributions as done by IMD over the past years. Either you take it up in terms of climate monitoring and advising, or you can take a disaster management, many of the various natural disasters, how do we manage, how do we mitigate, or warning and other informations, and saves countless lives all around in India in various disaster, basically to provide the forecast to various stakeholders. Of course, if you talk about IMD's role in national development, if you talk about three important ingredients, one is food, energy and water. In all the sector, whether you take it to food in terms of agriculture or water, how do we save water, how do we manage water, how do we prepare ourselves some of the hazards from the water, and there are many cascading effects, how do we do that, that is also water related. And also, and lastly, energy related. Of course, I think Professor Solanki has talked about very important actions what we need to do. Of course, that is all energy demand and utility. So all these things, either you take food, water, energy, we need to have to properly utilize. For that we need to service. So thereby the weather information is very critical. Of course, there are about disaster management, how do we do the disaster management aspect, and all these things are catered to the economic impact as well as how we can utilize, that means resource versus of course sustainability, how we need to have a balance. For that this weather information is very critical. When we talk about weather and youth, I always think about three characters. Number one is we need to have awareness. Of course, already talked about awareness about future generation, about the weather. First of all, how complexity in weather prediction we should be aware, and if whether this is the impact is going to happen, what we need to prepare. These are the two things we need to make them to awareness to the people. I think as a meteorologist or young scientist, I think we need to do both. Basically, we need to have a better weather forecasting, or what we need to do. Actually, apart from what we need to do, we need to educate the people the complexity of the weather so that they can understand better. And second thing is we need to educate and encourage various youth, maybe in the community, whether schools and colleges, we have to bring to them to the complexity to understand, especially meteorological community, we have to bring them to for their career opportunity in meteorology, because this meteorology is as I mentioned, it is a multidisciplinary area, and also it is such a complex. Actually, even if you do whatever do you forecast, there are a lot more things to do. I think it is not only in terms of innovation, in terms of observing things, innovation and R&D in terms of understanding, and also how do we model them, how do we forecast them, and also how do we disseminate fast. What are the new technologies available for faster dissemination? How do we better prepare the system? That is more important. I think we need to bring more and more youngsters. Basically, we have to tell them that the challenge we are facing in weather forecasting, and also the challenge in weather changing due to climate change. So both the things we need to bundle, and we have to invite more and more youngsters to our area to do better science. And also we need to bring out the technology, new technology in terms of observation. There are more and more observations, always it is better forecast. So for that, more and more innovative technology, what is the, maybe many things, even IoT type of devices, or many things we need to bring in. Of course, when you are become maybe little next 10 years later, I think the entire technology, you talk about observing technology, or you talk about the modeling technology, or you can talk about computing technology. Maybe we can go from CPU to GPU to now quantum, and also we have to have a dissemination technology, and the way of communicating to the people, that technology, all the technology is going to change. I think you need to think about something beyond what we are thinking presently in all this technology, so that we can collectively improve the communication of weather information to all stakeholders. That is more important we need to think about as a youth. And also youth as a catalyst for the climate action. Of course, I don't want to say much because already Professor Solanki has talked about what are the actions are required for the climate related stuff. We have to have a, I think as a youngsters we should have an environmental advocacy. Maybe we need to advocate about the sustainable practices. For that, what we need to do, it is not that we are going to do, but also we need to educate wherever we are possible, right from school children as well as our village people as well as planners and everybody. We need to educate them. That is our more what is called important role in terms of environmental advocacy. And also we need to do also some of the green innovations. Basically we talk about renewable energy or green agriculture practices, or some of the weather related best practices which we need to inform for the agriculture people. And also we need to have some of the outreach program we need to strengthen in various fora about the what is called not only the weather information, but also we need to, maybe what I mean to say, not only outreach, but also we need to start some course material about the meteorology in schools and colleges, which we are working with the Higher Education Ministry. I am sure that soon the meteorology subject also will come into picture in terms of educational curriculum. For that, I think we need to have some of the material. I think we need to develop that type of material very soon. And also we need to go for a citizen science program in various cities and other places in terms of collecting the information and transforming to weather science and services. I think this program is good, but at the same time I think we need to, this youth, weather and youth, it should not be one time event. I think we have to start every year this type of things, collectively call the people. Every year you think about what is the present state and what are the future, what we need to in terms of weather forecasting as well as weather impact analysis and giving to the various stakeholders. I think we need to have a maybe forum or society or something like that, not only from IMD but also all academic institutions and Ministry of Earth Sciences and others, various stakeholders, ministries. We need to form a youth group, maybe how we can improve not only weather forecast but also the impact and other things we need to think about. Maybe we can think of future meteorology, how it will be evolving in terms, because we are trying to understand something, by the time climate also changing something, so it is like we are following something. So we need to have better understanding and various things, technological tools we need to use. For that we need to have more and more human capital in this area. For that we need to attract young talents. Also we need to have more and more collaborations. It is not only from locally within ourselves but also various other discipline, other institutions, also various international institutions and universities. We need to collaborate to improve our various forecasting capabilities at different time, space and time scales. I think you all know that India is planning for 2047 vision. For that vision, I think you have to come out, maybe today's meeting, you have to come out some of the actionable, especially youth-oriented actionable for the meteorological community, what we need to do in 2047. From here, where we need to go at 2047 in terms of forecasting or whatever the weather-related things or weather and climate-related things. Maybe today's, at the end of the day, if you are able to provide some actionable recommendation, it will be good, so that we can start at least this 150th year, we can start so that it can go on in long years. So with this, I think once again I thank IMD for organizing this sort of what is called weather and youth. Of course, it is very important. We need to attract more and more friends and colleagues, because this is a very complex area to understand and predict. and I think I look forward some of the recommendations from all of you so that we can collectively move forward with that recommendation, because you are the future. Whatever has happened, it has happened. Now we should not think about past. I think we need to think about the future. With this, thank you once again, all of you, for coming on this Saturday. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of inspiration and purpose. We certainly promise to put your words into practice. May I now request Dr. M. Mahapatra, DGM, to kindly felicitate our chief guest, Secretary MOS Dr. M. Ravichandran, for his continuous support and guidance by presenting him a memento as a token of our gratitude for sparing his precious time to grace this occasion and enlightening us with his wisdom. I would request Shri S.P. Gupta to present a memento to Dr. Chetan Solanki as an expression of our gratitude.
Thank you. It is there. Thank you.
Now I request Shri A.J. Rangaraj to present a memento to Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, for his continuous support and guidance for execution of Weather and Youth Workshop. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Raghavendra Raju Nadampalli, Scientist C, IMD, to officially deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to deliver this propose this vote of thanks for today's workshop on weather and youth, organized as a part of the India Meteorological Department's 150th celebrations. First and foremost, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. M. Ravichandran, Secretary, Minister of Earth Sciences, for his visionary inaugural address. Sir, your inspiring words have set a clear path for future engagement with youth in meteorological services, and we are truly motivated to pursue your recommendations. Thank you for your invaluable presence and leadership. Our sincere thanks to Dr. M. Mahapatra, Director General of Meteorology, IMD, for his guidance and insightful opening remarks. Your continuous support and innovative vision have been pivotal in inspiring IMD's journey and constellation of this workshop. You are the man behind us, driving every time when we go for wrong directions. Thank you for your steadfast commitment for advancing the meteorology in India. A special thanks to our esteemed guest speaker, Professor Chetan Solanki, for your thought-provoking address. Your commitment to sustainability and renewable energy through the Energy Swaraj Yatra has deeply inspired us all. Your passion for engaging the next generation in climate responsibility aligns perfectly with today's theme, and we are grateful for your enlightening session. I extend my heartfelt thanks to all dignitaries, invited guests, and keynote speakers for sharing your valuable time and expertise with us. Your insights and recommendations will significantly contribute to realizing Vision 2047 for meteorological services. To our organizers, colleagues, and volunteers, I commend your meticulous planning and hard work. Your tireless efforts have ensured the success of this event, and for that I am deeply thankful. A warm thank you to all the delegates and participants. Your enthusiasm and engagement are the true driving force behind this workshop success. Let us take inspiration from today's discussion and work together to enhance the role of youth in building the weather-ready and climate-smart nation. Thank you one and all for being the part of this memorable event. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it is time for concluding this inauguration event. But before that, may I request all of you to rise and sing together the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जन
Thank you one and all. Please be seated. Now we'll move outside the building for a group photograph, and then we'll have a lunch outside the hall. The group photograph will be on the main entrance of the MOS building. Welcome back everyone. Now we have our first session for talks by experts. I would request Dr. Soma Sen Roy, Scientist F, IMD, and Dr. Divya Surendran, Scientist D from MC Bhopal, to be chair and co-chair of the session. This session will have 4 talks by Dr. Akhil Srivastava, Dr. Roxy, Professor Vimal Mishra, and Dr. Prashant Kumar. Ma'am, please take over.
Thank you. I think we are starting at 15 minutes delay, and I am one of the few people above 40 to be in this group, so it's a good thing for me. You can hear me? Okay. So we are starting at a 15-minute delay. Do we end also with a 15-minute delay, please, organizer? Yeah. So 15 minutes is per talk. Please try to finish up within 10 minutes, and so that 5 minutes are there for questions. Is that okay? Try to finish. I'm not saying you have to finish, but after 10 minutes, we will give you an indication, hand waving, that you need to wind up. Is it okay? So after that, questions, and hopefully we will wind up within 3:25. Is that okay? Okay. First presenter is Dr. Akhil Srivastava from IMD headquarters, New Delhi. Good presentation, I hope. Please. Yes, sir. Sir, you can change the slide for this, sir. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. ठीक है?
Okay, good afternoon everyone. Very good afternoon to the chair, all the senior members from MOS fraternity and from outside MOS. I am honored to be here to present the talk regarding the weather and youth. Here I will be discussing about the weather and the relationship with their youth. Not going too much into the meteorology part, but yes, of course, keeping it simple and straightforward, trying to connect it with the youth. Okay. So I am Akhil Srivastava. I am Scientist D in India Meteorological Department. Okay. So why a conference about youth? I mean, this is the first question which comes to our mind. That whenever we are talking about youth, okay, a lot of times there are talks about entrepreneurship, academics, etc. But weather and youth. So like all the sectors, weather also requires a lot of engagement and participation from the youth. As you all know, India is a very young country. In fact, if we talk about global perspective, 19% of the global youth population is from India. That is roughly about 356 million youth in India. The median age of India is approximately 28 years, so it makes it very much clear that the importance of weather comes into picture. If we talk about the vulnerability wise, this is the data from National Time Record Bureau 2022 and CRB. Here you can see the different graphs which are shown over here. You can see the gray color, that is 18 years above and below 30 years. All the natural hazards, if you see the peaks are shown for that particular age group. If you see flood, heat or sunstroke, landslide, lightning, you can see that gray color bar that is showing some higher numbers. That means the number of casualties because of the natural calamities is in high numbers for the age group 18 to 30 and of course 30 to 45. This is largely because this is the age group which usually goes out of home for academics and for employment purposes, etc. But still that means they are the highly influenced by the environmental factors and extreme weather events. If we talk about impact of weather on young lives, there are different kind of impacts. There are physical impact like seasonal health issues, flu in winters, heat stroke in summer, allergies, etc. There are mental and emotional impact, seasonal affective disorders, the mood of the youth. If you see a sunny weather, you feel good and in a good mood. If you are seeing some thunderstorm, big storms are coming, you feel anxiety, etc. There are social impacts also. If there's a community building is likely to happen more in pleasant weather during festival and gatherings, and there's isolation during extreme weather. You cannot go out of your houses. You are enclosed in your academic institutions or in your homes. There are restrictions on weather and the outdoor activities also whenever the weather is concerned, and also academic life gets affected. There are closures of school during storms or heat waves. It also impacts the concentration and productivity in the extreme weather situations, especially during extreme temperatures. How to address these challenges? So the answer lies in that weather awareness for youth. That means staying informed, prepared, and be resilient to the weather extreme is the answer to these challenges. If we talk about weather awareness for youth, so why it is required? The awareness is required because it brings empowerment. It is required for the youth to protect themselves and also to contribute to the community. So other question comes that what kind of awareness is required for the youth? Then at least the youth are considered to understand about the normal weather parameters, weather terminologies. What is temperature? What is the humidity? What are the kind of winds, etc. If we talk about events, then at least severe weather events. What is a heat wave or a cold wave event? What are thunderstorms, lightnings, or in that case, floods, droughts, or cyclones? So at least this kind of understanding, awareness is expected from the youth to make themselves aware and to protect themselves and also to contribute to the community. So for preparing of heat waves, again, one should have to understand what these extreme weather events are, and then how to avoid the impacts of these extreme weather events. From heat waves, for example, you have to stay indoor, avoid outdoor activities, stay hydrated, drink a lot of fluid during peak heat hours, use cooling mechanisms. In floods, you should know the evacuation routes. During thunderstorm, you should seek shelter and unplug the electronics. These are very basic things, but these are part of awareness which our youth should have. During cyclone, you should stay indoor in a room, probably in a lowest floor, away from windows, glass, doors, and also follow all the instructions from the government and weather departments. So there are a number of do's and don'ts for different weather activities. Do stay informed about weather forecast, wear appropriate clothing as per the weather, stay hydrated, seek shelter whenever it's necessary. Don't ignore the warnings, whatever are issued by the government agencies, disaster management agencies, and weather departments. Don't expose yourself to unnecessary risk. Don't leave home without essential supplies, and don't attempt to drive through flooded areas. This is not an exhaustive list. This is just an indication what sort of awareness is expected and which is useful for protecting the youth as well as for the community. Weather awareness equips youth to handle immediate challenges and also to build a sustainable future. If you talk about engagement of youth for community services, then engaging youth in weather awareness campaigns, there could be workshops could be organized on weather safety. There should be youth volunteers who should participate in community resilience programs, social media campaigns. The youth can take these weather problems as hobby also. They can create and share infographics, videos, etc. to raise the awareness in the community and make themselves protected and also help the community to stay protected. So ultimately, linking weather awareness to broader climate change impact is the idea. When youth understands the weather challenges, they are also able to indicate and understand the association between these challenges and also broad climate change impacts. Encouraging youth to adopt eco-friendly practices and advocating for climate resilient infrastructure. So similarly, youth can help the different weather agencies, disaster management agencies by providing the crowdsourcing information. The youth is one of the most important sector which is connected through internet, and they can provide the information about observation, impact, feelings about the different weather parameters, and it's very important for the hazard modeling purposes. Also, these are all about the the awareness part, etc. But weather is not only about keeping yourself safe from extreme parts. The weather also talks about the opportunities for the youth. Weather sector brings a lot of opportunities. What are those opportunities? Opportunities for youth in weather science. There are different scientific problems which needs to be solved. Youth have to come forward and talk about and discuss about or study about the localized heavy rain, cloudburst, thunderstorm, lightning, etc. There are a number of problems. Accurate forecast of intensity of tropical cyclones, urban weather, mainly flash floods, etc. There are also technology problems like aircraft reconnaissance, high resolution geospatial data, and updated socio-economic attributes to make the impact forecasting better, advanced indigenous instruments and processing softwares, etc. So these are some of the opportunities which are in weather science respect. But if we talk about India, which is now marching towards becoming the third largest economy in the world, that is, we are moving towards becoming a 5 trillion economy. So there was a report in PIB also that there was approximately 1,51,000 startups in India. So if you talk about this kind of entrepreneurship in weather science, then I was just searching in Google that the top weather companies and startups in January 2025. I saw a list of, I'm not putting the company names, but I'm putting the motto what these companies are essentially doing. If you see, then the world's leading weather and climate security platform. So these are the different mottos with which these startups have been coming. Actionable farm insights related to agriculture sector, stunning weather visualization in the visualization part, global heat map through infrared satellite data, intelligent and accurate hyper-local weather. So these are the actual companies which are already established. This is through the search engine. So, so that means there are a lot of opportunities for the youth to start the entrepreneurship for the startups related to weather sector. If we talk about, for some examples related to weather data and analytics setup, agriculture, logistics, travel, outdoor events, they rely heavily on accurate weather data. For example, if there's a requirement for apps for weather, farmers that integrate weather forecast with crop advice. There is a need for early warning system for extreme weather events, which is kind of a climate change solutions. If we talk about tourism, weather-driven tourism platforms could be one of the options for the youth to start some startup kind of thing. So tourists often seek destinations based on weather preferences. There is also urban planners and business increasingly focus on sustainable weather resilient designs. So there is the solution is weather resilient infrastructure solutions, whereby flood proofing solutions or heat resistant building materials, etc. could be taken up as an entrepreneurship or as an idea for a startup. Farmers need precise weather data for better yield and cost efficiency. So something like SMS-based weather alerts for rural areas, or some agriculture weather services to provide weather agriculture solutions, including irrigation scheduling or pest control. So these all kind of are the avenues which can be explored by the youth for their entrepreneurship. Also, if we talk about edtech for weather and climate education, now schools, colleges, universities, they're increasingly interested in understanding climate change and weather. So, for example, we need to have interactive apps or games which could teach the weather concepts. So, there is a lot of demand for these kind of activities. If you talk about the wearable weather tech, now there's a lot of smart watches, etc. Wearable gadgets are coming, which needs to collect the weather data, and that could be utilized. So something like wearable weather tech could be introduced, or we can have the disaster management tools where government and NGO they require tools for disaster preparedness as well as relief. So if in short, there are very different innovative avenues are available, similar to something like weather-based insurance products. If some weather is going beyond some extreme thresholds, etc. So some insurance products could be defined or designed to help the people so that they could be compensated for the loss of their livelihood. So in a nutshell, youth are very important stakeholder in transforming India into a climate ready and weather smart nation. And very lightly, the acronym which is used over here, it's a way, weather and youth. It's a way to make India a climate ready and weather smart nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Akhil. You've set the tone of this entire subsequent discussion, and also you've stuck to the time. That's a very important thing. Any questions, please? Anybody has any questions for Mr. Akhil?
So does IMD has any plans to work with closely with startups? You show, because that might help as well. So any ideas on that?
Yeah, actually, in IMD, we had some discussions with the startups related to providing them the data, for supporting their activities. So those kind of activities have been taken up by the IMD with respect to weather data, etc.
Any other questions? Then let us give him a big hand.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Next presenter, Dr. Matthew Roxy. Again, 10 minutes plus 5 minutes, hand waving. Just an introduction, because Dr. Roxy, you must have read his papers, but he's a very upcoming and very bright scientist from IITM with multiple publications in journals such as Nature. So Dr. Roxy has a lot to teach us, and we hope to learn a lot from him.
Yeah, hopefully. So good afternoon. Hope you all had a good lunch. I'm happy to be here at the 150th year celebration of IMD. I'm proud as well because I work at IITM, the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology in Pune, which is a sister institution of IMD, which actually started in the IMD campus. So just like Akhil said, youth need not be just on the receiving end of climate change and its impacts. They can participate in climate proofing our future. And that's what I'm going to talk about, climate proofing our future. Maybe at a school level, at a college level, at a panchayat level, so that it works across the country. And here you can see multiple impacts due to climate change. I have presented the youth in the face of these extreme events, whether it is heavy rains and floods, whether it's droughts or cyclones. That little child there, it's on the east coast of India. After a cyclone, she is going back to her broken home to find her own things. Yeah, and this on the right, almost all of us have faced this. My children have faced that situation of heat waves. So I'll go through my story as well. So this was in, you can see the map which shows the red colors, which are where temperatures are up to 40, 43 or going up to 50 degrees Celsius towards the northwest, close to India, close to Delhi and all. Yeah. So this was a year post-COVID. We were sending our kids to school. And my kid was coming back, he was at 7th grade that time. He was coming back with a heat stroke. Yeah. Almost like heat stroke like conditions, which means even a climate scientist is not saved from the impacts of climate change. So I wanted to really work on this because it gets into our body, not just adults but also kids as well. So when it walks along with humid heat, our body's sweat mechanism doesn't work because it doesn't evaporate properly. So the thermal regulation of our body fails. Yeah, that's how you get into a heat stroke like condition. So this can lead to multiple organ failure and even deaths also. So these kind of situations, if you are aware of it, if you are aware of the conditions, heat conditions, and how to work about it, like Akhil was showing different ways on how to work in the face of heat, right? So that kind of awareness we have to go about in the face of climate change. Even Dr. Solanki was also saying the same thing. So this was one of the example of how we talk to the media, how even my story got into the media. You can see me, Dr. Mahapatra, and another person talking to the media on why we need to worry about heat waves. Yeah. So the kids were at school that time, but the school was, going up to 2 to 3 p.m. and the kids were coming back at the peak of the heat wave. So we talked to the principal of the school. They were not ready to cut down the school hours. Yeah. And then we showed IMD's data and forecasts. And then they were ready to cut down the school hours so the kids could come back. And after all these stories went around, even the Ministry of Education came out with a circular to cut down the school hours that year. But it's not yet a policy. Yeah. Similar conditions with floods, droughts, and all. Children are often at the receiving end. But they can also play an important, beautiful role. And that's the example of some of the kids in schools that I am working with in Kerala. So again, another story. In 2018, Kerala faced with one of the largest floods. And these kids, some of the citizens there and the school students, they were already monitoring rainfall with their makeshift system in the high ranges of Kerala, in Kottayam district, close to Idukki district. So those are in the high ranges, and you have the mid ranges, and you have the low ranges. So if heavy rains fall there, it comes as a flash flood down. So one day, they got extreme rains of about 160 millimeter. It is in their records. And they want a colony of people downstream, about several kilometers, 50 kilometers away. Initially, they were not ready to evacuate because the river was not swelling. There was no water in the river. But with showing the data and with the help of authorities, we were able to evacuate. And in 2-3 hours, that area was wiped out with water, with a big flood. These kids, children, the youth, with some awareness of weather, saved the lives of 60 to 70 families. And it's even, this also came as a report in Nature, along with the studies. So there are multiple ways youth can participate. You can even look into YouTube videos on how to participate. This is a very simple example, but you can upgrade it to different ways. This is a
I'm Dignitary. You all know that water is essential for our survival. Now, I'm very much proud to say that our school now has been implementing rainwater harvesting system.
So along with
in our
floods,
school,
droughts,
the rainwater
so you need to
which
save
falls
water.
on the rooftop of Nicholson block, which is 4,292 square feet area, is collected in the rainwater harvesting tank near the chapel. Nowadays, the water which is being stored is used for our washrooms, hand washing, and gardening purposes, which will enable us to overcome the water scarcity.
I'll pause here.
Through the GSP.
So this shows that schools in multiple ways, whether it is extreme rains, heat waves, or drought or scarcity of water, they can work together. And you can scale it up with adding layers to layers. And this doesn't cost much. So the first few things like monitoring weather doesn't cost much. But water and energy security, it might cost a bit, but compared to the expenses, other expenses that we have, it is not much. So there are many schools working on that. And this is my last slide, which shows climate-equipped schools on the way forward. So weather and youth, I like that title, that acronym, and that shows the way forward. So you can see multiple examples. You see a school probably could be affected by floods, but because it's on kind of pillars, it can still function. It has ventilated rooms, natural sunlight. So there are multiple ways where we can save energy, electricity, reuse water, monitor the weather. It can be in the notice board every day in the morning. Think of a school assembly where they say the last 24 hours, the maximum temperature was this, minimum temperature was this. What is the 24 hours rainfall? Because if you say 100 millimeter rainfall, nobody, even adults, may not know what that compares to, right? But if they learn from when they are in school, they will understand these values and how to react to it. So I'm not getting more about it. There are multiple elements. So I am working on this concept and framework, climate-equipped schools, and hopefully this we can work across India, across South Asia, where similar impacts are there. Thank you, and I hope to work with Bharat Scouts, NCC, NSS, and other teams here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Roxy. Very positive future you're suggesting, and also for sticking to the time.
Thank you.
Do we have any questions, please? Very interesting talk. Anybody from NCC, Bharat Scouts and Guides, do you have any questions, please? Very interesting subject, and it's practically he's doing it.
Yeah, so even if you do not have questions, please reach out to me at some point later. I am ready to help. There are multiple examples from Maharashtra and Kerala as well. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, then let us give him a big hand.
Thank you.
And I request Yes, ma'am. So, Professor Vimal Mishra from IIT Gandhinagar is going to speak next. Professor Mishra, if you can hear me, same rules apply. 10 minutes
I can
plus
hear
5
you
minutes.
very well, yeah.
Okay? All the best.
Yeah. I'm trying to sort of. Can you please tell me if you see the slides?
Yes, sir, you are visible.
No, I am visible, but my slides. What about my slides? No? There.
So your screen is visible. Kindly show the slides.
Just let me. So now,
Yeah,
now
it's visible. Slides are visible. Yes.
Okay, and you can hear me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Sir, we can hear, sir. So whatever time Dr. Akhil and Roxy saved, I may consume that beyond 10 minutes probably, but I'll try my best to sort of stop within 10 minutes. Okay, so thank you very much, IMD. Congratulations for making it so long, very successful journey, helping out the nation and the community. Everybody is proud of IMD, to be honest, including myself. So I will be talking about early warning of hydroclimatic extremes in India. The talk I prepared is slightly of technical flavor, but I hope youth can get something out of it because this session is all about youth. So I'll try to make it very, very simple. So why we need early warning, and next IPCC or the last IPCC, there has been a lot of discussion on climate services. We know climate change is happening, climate change is causing extremes. There are a lot of problems. So what we can do, how we can adapt, and the early warning is a key component of climate adaptation, and so as climate services. So our nation is agricultural nation, developing very rapidly, lot of infrastructure. There are many people. Projections suggest that we will face more deadly heat waves, more deadly floods, and lot of vulnerable people in our country still, and there is tremendous population. So the combination of all these factors make India very, very sort of hot spot when it comes about climate extremes and adaptation or the exposure of climate extremes. Now this is a summary slide, like what is happening in our country in terms of air temperature is rising, of course, except in the regions that are heavily irrigated or affected by aerosols like Gangetic Plain. Rainfall, there are mixed trends, more variability. Some places it is declining, some places it is increasing, like Western India, extreme heavy rainfall and total rainfall are increasing. Floods and flash floods are certainly on the rise, with more impacts year after year. Droughts and flash droughts also occur most often. They are intense. There is a spatial and temporal variability involved. New type of extremes like compound extremes, hot and dry, wet and humid, these are also occurring more frequently. And then we have heat stress, dry and moist. So lot of these things basically are occurring already, intensifying, occurring more frequently, partly or because of climate change. And the question is how we can save ourselves or our people, our infrastructure from the adverse impacts. So that's where comes early warning. So these are again once again the sort of summary of the changes. Rainfall declines, extreme rainfall is increasing in parts of country. So these kind of impacts we can understand that we may face droughts as well as floods during the same monsoon season. We have witnessed largely deadly droughts in the past, and that you can see in some of these figures, 65, 2002, and combined with very hot period during the same monsoon season. And drought during the monsoon season also affect groundwater availability, water availability, and the example is 2015 drought. which sort of groundwater over the Gangetic plain also depleted or declined quite sharply in response to this drought. Temperature is increasing, and we are sort of hitting the records year after year, and these are the trends. You can see most of the regions in India experienced quite significant warming over the last 60 or so years. And then India is, as you can see from this picture, is one of the hottest parts of floods. So floods, deadly floods. If you look at the circles, and these circles represent, when more than 1 million people displaced because of floods. So if you see the density of circles in India or over India, you will see India, part of eastern China, Southeast Asia. These are some of the hottest parts globally which witness very, very large floods, and the example being 2013 flood, which caused more than 6,000 people sort of mortality. So how we can sort of do something about these? So the answer is that yes, we should be more aware, as Roxy also suggested in his talk, that youth should be more aware and youth should start participating. So these extremes occur at different times. They have different durations, like flash floods can occur within a day. Floods will occur day to weeks. Flash droughts can be weeks and months. Droughts can occur from month to even multi-years. And some of these durations associated with extremes also provide us opportunity to effectively prepare or develop early warning systems so that we can somehow avoid the negative impacts. But the lead time, forecast lead time, also in the forecast skill is sort of inversely related. So if you have a shorter lead time, you have more skill, like both weather forecast. Once you have increased the lead time, like if you want to forecast 1 week ahead or 1 month ahead, skill declines. So then there are more uncertainties when we want to give early warning much more ahead of time, except few processes like tropical cyclones. Initial hydrological conditions, if you don't know what these are the conditions before extreme event occurs, are more important at the shorter lead times or shorter durations, like weeks or hours to weeks. They play much important role. So what do we mean from this, or what do we can take from this? That is basically that we need more observations if we want to develop effective warning, and youth certainly can play very important role to sort of enhance the observations, or maintaining also the observation that India meteorological services put a lot of networks here and there entire country. So we have developed a bunch of sort of early warning systems tested over the last many years. Drought, so there is a India Drought Monitor that provides forecast, also real-time monitoring for the entire country, and we have tested them effectively, that there is a quite good skill even a month before we can sort of predict where and when and what kind of drought is going to happen. Recently, we have been working to develop a stream flow forecast that can give us flood warning also. So that combines observations, lot of observations from IMD, of course, and then bunch of hydrological models, machine learning methods. And what I've shown recently, that if you combine the data, observations, model, machine learning, you can certainly very well predict stream flow up to the 3 or 4 day ahead of the event that occurs. So in that way we can strengthen the flood warning as well. And this is an example of Narmada River Basin, where we tested the inundation forecast also, that how much area is going to be affected at 1 day, 2 day, 3 day lead time. Compound extremes, hot and dry extremes, also we have tested. There is a quite good skill 1 week before the event actually occurs, but skill is not much if you move like 2 week or 3 week of lead time. Means we cannot predict very well 15 day before that, means when compound hot and dry extremes will occur. So this is my last slide. Basically, what we need in terms of strengthening early warning in our nation. Of course, we need high resolution data sets, reliable precipitation temperature forecast. IMD, I will say, has done tremendously well in terms of developing several forecasts which are quite good in terms of skills, spatial and temporal resolutions, integration of data assimilation, machine learning modeling, also representation of human related interventions like irrigation, reservoir operations, etc., etc. And also we need to move from deterministic to probabilistic forecast. So we should be able to say what is the probability that heat wave is going to occur tomorrow, instead of saying there will be a heat wave or there will not be any heat wave. Thank you very much, and once again I wish all the best and congratulations to India Meteorology Department.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. You have really brought out the climate change is real and also sticking to the time. Now I leave the floor to questions. Anybody has any questions to ask Dr. Mishra? A very interesting talk, very comprehensive about climate change.
Hey Vimal, I thought I would see you here. Anyway, I hope all is good with you. Roxy here.
Yeah.
So you have been working on many forecast models, right? And is there any, understanding or collaboration or agreement with IMD on adopting these models or working together?
Yeah, that's a very good question, Roxy. Everything is being done in collaboration with IMD, to be honest. So IMD is sharing the data with us. We develop portals, and then IMD has adopted in the last our hydrology based forecast. So there is a lot of joint collaboration and a lot of things we have sort of provided to IMD without any conditions or preconditions. Whatever they feel useful, they are most welcome to use that. So this is most of this effort is basically in terms of research, like what works, what doesn't work, how skillful forecast is, how well we can predict something ahead of time, what are the challenges, etc., etc. And then once we are comfortable with something, we put sort of a open to public portal. Of course, we acknowledge IMD because they are our data providers. They share the data. So, and a lot of these things are being used. Like recently, we developed hydrological outlook, which we launch in next couple of days or so these things are very well used in many states by many stakeholders. Our drought monitoring portal, whenever drought happens in India, is very well. So IMD, certainly I work very closely with IMD, and it's not like I'm working without. And I am open to provide anything they feel useful. So that's it. By the way, Roxy, I wanted to come, but then I thought about the fog, and there was a fog forecast, so I took it very seriously. I don't know what the condition there is now, but it would have been great if I were there. But
okay.
Yeah. Anyway, great to see you.
Any other questions, please, to Dr. Mishra? Dr. Mishra,
No question.
it's a very important point that Dr. Roxy has made. I really feel that a lot of products get created, effort is made, but somehow it is not really translated into operation scenarios. So maybe we would like to see more of you or your products in our operational setup. What he said is a very true thing. We need better collaboration.
Sure, anytime. I am absolutely open, and I can provide everything and anything to IMD without any, if they feel that that can be useful. So that's it. And thank you, Chair, for all the efforts making everything possible in time. So thank you, everybody. I will stop here. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. Can we give him a big round of applause, please? And we have the last speaker of this session, Dr. Prashant Kumar, not the last but not the least. He is from SAC ISRO, a very rising young researcher, and he is going to talk a lot about space applications in weather forecasting.
Yeah.
Floor is yours. 10 minutes, then a lot of hand waving.
Okay. Thank you. So first of all, I am thankful to organizer and congratulations to IMD for his 150-year celebration. Okay. So my talk will be mostly on the how space observation can be used in the weather modeling system. What are the challenges and how young colleagues can be involved, because as mentioned in the morning also, it's a multidisciplinary science. Either you are from the science background or from the social or from the biology or any other art background, you can contribute here. So that's the reason, because I have a background from mathematics. So okay, I will shorten the things, but I will try to point out that how the different fields can be used in the weather forecasting, and you can contribute that. And still a huge challenges are here. So definitely these things are for young generations. Okay, so now I can say that because of the limited ground measurements and issues of the setup of the ground measurements, satellites are the one of the most important measurements for the weather applications, and they have a very excellent coverage. Now we have a two different type of satellite observation. One is in the LEO, we call low Earth orbiting satellite. Another is in the GEO, we call this as a geostationary orbiting satellite. Okay, both have their own benefit. LEO satellite can measure the full globe, whereas GEO can measure the Earth location very frequently. So that's the reason when we are set up the weather modeling or anything, we require both kind of instruments. Okay, with this, we have a number of sequence of measurements from our Indian Space Research Organization. Start from 1980s, we have a INSAT 1 series, and then recently we have a 3 meteorological satellites, 2 in the geostationary and 1 in the polar orbiting satellite. Okay, and we have a plan for next 2 mission. One is INSAT 4th generation and another is GISAT. So I will cover briefly what are these satellites and how they play the role in the weather forecasting. Okay, so before start, I will say that the satellite data which we use in the weather model, we can say that more than 95% observation, because of the limited ground measurements, conventional observations, more than 95% observations are taken from the satellites. And here you can see that the number of observations are also increased in previous decades. But the issue is that even we are using the 95% observation in the weather forecasting system from the satellite, but the data which we taken from the satellites are just 5 to 7%. Still, we are not able to use all the capacity of the satellite observations. So the one of the major user is the NWP community, and we assume that the NWP system is based on the law of physics, and we can solve these numerical equations so that we can find out the solution of the weather system in time. And because of this, there are huge efforts earlier, start from 1922 by L.F. Richardson, in which they told that there may be a vision like that we can run a weather model with so many number of processes. Okay, at that time we don't have the capacity of the HPC or high performance computer, but they have this type of vision so that in future whenever this type of setup will exist, we can make a procedure for weather forecasting. Okay, and with this, there is another field which told that how to combine different observations. Like I have two different source of information. One is from suppose weather model, another is from satellite or ground observation. How to combine these things, and that itself become a very big challenge in the weather community because we consider that the short range weather prediction is mainly a initial value problem, and we want very precise initial value condition. So that's why we believe that we can use this base approximation, and based on that we can generate the very precise initial condition. Okay, so now in data assimilation, now mostly we have a two set of information. One is my forecast, another is my observation. We use some technique, try to find out the best, because if we don't have this thing, what will happen? My simulation will be much far from my truth trajectory. But by using some combinations of things, we correct my previous forecast, improve the condition, and give a prediction which is closer to my real scenario. So this is the procedure in which data assimilation came in the picture. Okay, now the issue is there are variety of techniques, but all kind of techniques are limited with some restrictions. Okay, so I will quickly go through this, but here is the one important thing which we are discussing from the morning. Okay, because initially when we have a very simple problem like our system, when we assume that our system is linear or there are not much complexity, the simple techniques like variational method are working very fine. But now we are increasing the model resolution, as well as the changes in climate or so many other things also influence my weather system. So now those kind of technique which earlier may work very nicely is not very suitable for present scenario. So that's the reason we need much and more effort on this particular field, because short range weather forecast is very highly depend upon the very precise initial condition estimation. Okay, so now here you can see that as we increase the model resolution from 100 kilometer to few meters, the complexity are increases in terms of from simple variational method to hybrid method, and then a method which is known as a particle filter, in which non-linearity, non-Gaussianity, everything is considered. Okay, so because what happens many times we are increasing the model resolution continuously, but we need to take care of this type of issues also, whether our system is able to understand this or not. Okay, so now I will give few examples. So now this is one example in which we developed the high resolution rapid refresh with IMD, and for a researcher it is very important that his research will be used in some operational agency. So I am very thankful to all the officials of IMD, mainly Akhil, Anand, etc. Okay, because that's the reason whatever we are doing in some place, that can be reached to the public. So this is one thing in which IMD have a huge number of Doppler weather radar, and the theory told that for first few hours extrapolation techniques are working very well, but after some hours, normally 3 to 4 hours or 6 hours, short range dynamical model predictions are very good. So there may be an opportunity that if we will use some kind of a blending, wherever nowcast is good, we will use nowcast. When my short range forecast is improved, we will use that, and it's maybe a kind of a blending technique. Okay, so now we implemented this setup and we found out that this kind of high resolution rapid refresh can be used at very high resolution in India. At 2 kilometer we are running for full India region. Okay, and there are definitely so many challenges, because we are running this weather model at a very high resolution, 2 kilometer. So normal condition will not work very precisely. We need to change the model a lot here. Okay, so now this is again one example in which we need to implement the blending of and nowcast as well as the HRR in future. Okay, and we found out that if such type of method will implement in future, we will get much more improved our very short range weather prediction. Okay, so with this, this is the one thing which we perform jointly, and here we have still a large scope because inset type of satellite which are in geostationary orbit, they provide the measurement every 30 minutes, and still we are not able to use this type of measurement in the real system. So this is one setup HRR in which we can use the all sky radiances in the HRR system, and we can get a very good improvement in this. Okay, yeah. Okay, so now next thing is that how to improve the weather prediction furthermore. So this is again one field in which we try to develop the hybrid weather forecasting system, and here these are the synop stations of IMD, and we try to find out that after running the weather model, how we can use machine learning as a post processing and correct the weather prediction further. Okay, so these are the challenges which combine physics, mathematics as well as data science, etc. Okay, and okay, this is also one of the challenge in which right now all the operational agencies are running the clear sky assimilation of infrared sensors, and now here you can see that a lot of the regions are considered here as a white region, means satellite data is available but we are not able to use that. But suppose if we assimilate the all sky radiances, we can use that observations, and these observations are very crucial for weather forecasting. Okay, so again in this direction there is a few satellite measurements like visible measurements which at all are not used in the weather model. So these are the challenges which require to improve, because as we are going at higher and higher resolution with present scenario of climate change, we need to work on a very complex techniques. Okay, within this we also did some work that how to generate a high spatio-temporal resolution rainfall, because the present available rainfall project is here we use the IMD graded rainfall at 0.25 degree at daily scale. The objective is that how we can downscale that so that every hour rainfall can be generated at slightly higher resolution at 0.1 degree. So we developed some technique here based on the hybrid method. It's again a combination of variational and Kalman filter, and we try to find out that a high spatial temporal resolution rainfall product can be generated. Okay, and we show that here. This is the IMD gauge rainfall. This one is IMERS final GS map from JAXA, and this one is from ISRO side. And now here you can see the differences also. So our rainfall project is very closer to the IMD graded rainfall. So we require this type of technique. Now the thing is that we have a very high resolution satellite like which can measure the earth at 70 meter in the TIR channel. So for various agriculture application and other regions, we have a high resolution satellite imagery. Can we use this satellite data for generating a very high resolution rainfall project? So that kind of challenges we have for future. Okay, so few things I can skip. Okay, so now we have two main satellite in future. One is the GISat-1. This will provide the 1.2 kilometer spatial resolution every 10 minutes. So right now we are using the satellite observation every 6 hourly only, but this kind of measurement will be available every 30 seconds. This can scan a particular region, like this region it can scan every 10 minutes, and for few mesoscale convective system it can measure every 30 seconds. So we have a techniques, or we have a defined some work that how we will use this type of measurement in the future. Okay, so and similarly we also have one more proposal for inset force generation. In this we have a very high resolution imager as well as a sounder in hyperspectral. Hyperspectral means there will be so many channels, around more than 2000 channels in the geostationary platform. So again we will get a very frequent imagery. So Our plan is that how we will work together, and so that this kind of measurement will be used in the operational agency and this forecast can be improved. Okay, so with this, I want to thank you, organizer. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant. A little more than the time, but luckily we had other speakers who contributed. Any questions, please? He has pretty much discussed the detailed way forward using satellite data. So we have a lot of NWP assimilation experts in this room. Anybody has any questions for Dr. Prashant? Yes, please. Our co-chair.
Yes.
Recently, one of my friend called from a college. So nowadays, the students have they are doing the satellite data processing.
Yes.
So it's not a question actually if IMD and ISRO can formulate a module on a very primary level. How can they analysis? How can they do analysis? So it will be good. I don't know ISRO is doing anything in working on that.
Yeah, actually in Space Application Center, we developed a module very similar to the Google Earth Engine, or maybe you can say AWS type of system, where we have a system and at the same place we have a very precious overall satellite data set, so they can log in the system, and at the same time they have all the accessibility of all the past data set, and modules are also available in Python, so they can directly access the data and they can work on that. So that type of system we have, but I believe that it will be very good if IMD will also come in that, because the reachability of IMD is very high, and we can work together for this.
Thank you so much.
So maybe if you advertise it more, it will be more useful to people.
Yes. So initially we start this for the UN Nation course CSSTPA, but now we open it for the students also.
So any other questions, please? Oh, okay. Two questions.
Hi, this is Madhulata. Thanks for nice talk. I have two quick questions. You mentioned about blending of nowcast and H-triple or something, right? Can you please give little detail on that? Any experiment mode? You did some experiments?
Yes. So blending means we are taking the optimal combination of two different information. Like we are doing in the data assimilation, we combine the observation and forecast. Now in place of observation and forecast, here we have two different forecasts. One is my forecast from the NWP model, another is my nowcast. Now we are trying to optimize this. So this is my blending.
And the background error covariance matrix.
Yes.
You generated anything for Indian region, or you are just relying?
So actually this is a very specific topic. So means whenever we are working as per condition, our background error should be depend on the domain, should be depend on the particular set of the model physics. So suppose if you are changing the model physics also, your background error covariance should also change.
So how many years data you utilized for doing this?
Okay,
years?
so right now we use 1 year data set, okay, or maybe we can discuss later. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, sir. Very nice talk. It is very peacefully you have taken on all the slides. Just I have one quick comment that clarify that you have projected some future satellite, all those things. I feel that see there is when for the data assimilation and other purpose, the vertical wind component is very important. So is that you have this SAC has a projection of capturing any future satellite getting the vertical wind component like active remote sensing, like or something like that?
Okay, so presently we don't have any plan for vertical wind, but because we will propose a hyperspectral sounder in geoplatform. So hyperspectral will have around 2000 channels, and from those 2000 channels we will get a profile of the winds similar to our ADM LOs launched by ESA. So from this same hyperspectral you will get the wind profile, but vertical wind will be not available.
Any other questions while our co-chair is taking a jog down the aisle? So let us give a big round of applause to Dr. Prashant Kumar, please. So, just summarize briefly. So the first talk was Dr. Akhil Srivastav's. Very interesting because it set the way, at least for me it was finding the way forward, exactly why this conference is being organized. It is not just for the sake of it, it is a very relevant topic for India. That is what Dr. Akhil very rightly pointed out. He addressed the whys, whats, hows and whens to handle the disastrous weather systems. That is a very important thing. What exactly is the system? Why why this conference is necessary? How it should be addressed, and what scale it should be addressed. He addressed reporting concerns as well as opportunities for the youth. Dr. Roxy has moved away from his core zone of climate science, and a very interesting talk about people's participation, which is a very big thing. Awareness should be a very discussion point. I think this was the first slide, Dr. Roxy. And active participation in disaster risk mitigation, very positive future he is proposing. It's an interesting thing because he himself is working in it. We have Bharat Scouts and Guides, NCC. Please, if you have any queries, any discussion, he's open to it. Your email is shared, I think, in the group. Or okay, you have the day today to catch hold of him and get his email ID and communicate later. Dr. Mishra talked about the climate change is real. He pretty much gave examples that climate change is a very real phenomenon in everything from temperature to rainfall to every aspect. While Dr. Prashant Kumar was our last speaker, his first thing was DRM is a multidisciplinary effort. It does not need a meteorologist for disaster risk mitigation. And then he talked about the future, which is what the youth need. So, anything you would like to add, please?
Mostly all points discussed. Actually, I like the climate equipped schools. The concept is really good, and all states can actually implement in even the MCs and RMCs can also actually take that idea, and we can implement in our local levels. Other things already ma'am discussed with.
So let us give all the four speakers a big round of applause.
Mahesh Kumar, who's Mahesh Kumar? Thank you all the experts for their engaging and interesting talks. Now, and also thank you Dr. Somasen Roy, Scientist F, and Dr. Divya Sundaram, Scientist D, for chairing and co-chairing the session. I would like to invite Dr. Mahesh Kumar and Dr. Somasen Roy to kindly come to stage and facilitate the giveaway mementos to the speakers. Okay. Dr. Akhil Srivastav. Dr. Roxy from IITM Pune. Dr. Prashant Kumar from SAC ISRO.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am. Now we'll move to the next session. It will be presentations from the stakeholders. I would like to request Dr. Rajendra Kumar Jinamani, Scientist G, Head NWFC IMD, to be chair, and Ms. Suman Gurjar, Scientist D, IMD, to co-chair this session.
Yeah, namaste, good afternoon, and as you have seen that we have already set the stage actually. So science part is over, okay, so now it is service. So service myself 35 years almost in weather service. So service, I don't know how to, trigger your mind, providing a service, because you are saving the people, saving the property, saving the life, saving the plants, saving the animals, no end actually. Service has no end. If you want my definition of service, I want to protect everything on this planet, Earth actually. That is my, today, so weather and youth. So we have weather and women. We have, I think, something like weather for student also, that is Olympiad. So finally, congratulations, IMD 150 year to me and all of you on this occasion, and ladies and gentlemen. So by giving this brief introduction, I come to the agenda. So I read actually, as you know, there are slogans actually: weather ready and climate smart, हर घर मौसम, हर मौसम. कभी कभी ऐसा लगता है कि हमारे घर के ऊपर एक ऑब्जर्वेटरी लग जाए. Okay, so that is, I think, India is currently having each 500 square kilometer observation, 6,000 rainfall station. If I talk about temperature, it is much, very high distance each other observation. So gap area observation, number one. So why I told observation, खींच मेरी photo. You have seen that, that song. So that comes to mind. Wherever you are, if you really want to, what I will tell, if you want to make a weather ready nation or India for this mission Mausum, you have to share the photo of the weather, because I may not have an observatory at each 10 square kilometers. So वो गाना मन में आता है, ठीक है ना? So that is one. Then coming to the what actually this NOAA is telling about this, it tells exactly the same thing, that for doing this, they have really made the presentation or participation of the people to make the country weather ready or climate smart. What they are the people. So they have an email sharing group. So they get the feedback from them, and they give the award actually, review also, depending on the how much they participate for the nation building. So that is one way of the participation, besides the government agencies and all others. And then in this, I told one is data, and second part is dissemination. Forget about model and others, satellite, take care of, government take care of. But major gap area, what I find is the absence of the coverage, data, surface में क्या हो रहा है, नीचे क्या हो रहा है. हमने तो लगा दिया AWS 45-50 रिपोर्ट हो रहा है, बट आपको कैसे पता चलेगा सरफेस में क्या हो रहा है. तो कुछ मैसेज बहुत ह्यूमिड है, हीट वेव काफ़ी चल रहा है. So if those kind of messages can come to IMD, then we can also come up with quality service. So one is the data gap, and second is, as I told you, dissemination. I mean, for which actually we are today, and all our service provider. You talk about आपदा मित्र. आपदा मित्र मुझे पहले इनिशियली मैं नेशनल वेदर फोरकास्टिंग का हेड बना, तो मुझे आपदा मित्र के बारे में कम मालूम था. लेकिन बाद में आपदा मित्र के बारे में पता चला कि जैसे आई विल गिव यू एग्जांपल लाइक ड्राउनिंग. वो नदी में कितना पानी है और वो कैसे उसको बचाएगा, हाउ ही विल सेव द बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स, द लोकल पर्सन नोज द बेस्ट. Okay, so that is the kind of definition the government is taking care. So they are reaching to each village level to get the Apada Mitra. There is no end actually. So today we have also Apada Mitra. I was telling they can be part of our early warning also. That is direct. Second, as you know, हमारे तो मतलब कितना साल पुराना इंडियन एयरफोर्स जो है, कहीं भी पहले अगर बाढ़ आ जाए या कुछ भी हो जाए, चाहे केदारनाथ हो, चाहे श्रीनगर फ्लड हो, चाहे चेन्नई फ्लड हो, चाहे महाराष्ट्र का कितना फ्लड आया है रिसेंटली, केरला का 2018-19, सो दे आर ऑलवेज देयर एयरफोर्स. एंड देन नेवी ऑफ कोर्स हमारे कोस्टल एरिया में जितना कुछ एक्टिविटी होता है, एंड इवन कोस्ट गार्ड, आर्मी ऑल्सो इन द हिल्स एंड इन द मेन लैंड. सो दे आर आवर मेन एक्चुअली, यू नो, दे आर एक्चुअली डूइंग द फंटास्टिक जॉब. ठीक है ना. कभी कभी मैं सोचता हूँ कि IMD अगर ऐसे बने, है ना, 24/7 और बातें करते रहें, कंप्यूटर के सामने बैठ के मैसेज देते रहें उनको, ओके, नॉट टू यू नो आवर ओन पीपल. सो एंड यूथ, रोल ऑफ द यूथ, इफ यू टेल कि जो युवा है, यू नो द यंग पर्सन, यू हैव सीन इन द फैमिली किसका चलता है, किसका चलता है, एल्डर का नहीं चलता है. इट इज ओनली दी बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स. सो ये आई कैन टेल यू, सपोज मैं वेदर फोरकास्टर हूँ, आई मे नॉट टेल कि आज रेन होगा, तो माई डॉटर इफ यू टेल मम्मी मत जाओ कि आज बारिश होने वाला, उनका चलता है. तो इसीलिए वेदर एंड अर्थ, वट एवर यू नो द थीम, आई थिंक इज द बेस्ट by looking the IMD 150-year celebration, by looking the weather ready and climate smart nation, if we are moving in that direction. And of course early warning for all, सबके हाथ में हम होना चाहिए. जब दुनिया में सबका हाथ में मोबाइल होगा, दैट मीन्स हम सबका हाथ में होंगे. दैट इज अर्ली वार्निंग फॉर ऑल. आई वांट टू सेव एवरीबडी. अच्छा, वो तो एक डिजिटल वे है. फिजिकल क्या है, जैसे मैं घर से निकलता हूँ, आई स्टार्ट फ्रॉम माई हाउस, तो किसको आप पहले देखेंगे. आजकल तो बड़े लोग गाड़ी में रहेंगे. सो जो लोग सर्विस करते हैं, जैसे सफाई कर्मचारी और क्लीनिंग, और कौन रहेगा, गाड़ी के ड्राइवर. मैं बोलता हूँ आज बारिश होगा, आता है तो बताया कि 1 घंटे में यहाँ बारिश होगा. आप अभी हमारा कंस्ट्रक्शन चल रहा है ना, वो 150-year सेलिब्रेशन के लिए अराउंड आवर मौसम भवन मेन बिल्डिंग, आई टोल्ड कि बारिश होगा 1 आवर में. सो प्लीज अडॉप्ट सच काइंड ऑफ यू नो स्मार्टनेस. सपोज यू आर ट्रैवलिंग इन ट्रेन, यू टेल or you run to the loco pilot, tell that today, you know, message has come, there is ahead, you know, like there will be extremely heavy rainfall event, so that the train does not go into the water, you know. So this is the kind of scale we are interested actually in coming 2 to 3 years. So I hope all you are ready to take over this, you know, objective and challenges. So with that, as I told you, digital and physical, how our outreach can be, like Dr. Akshi, we have shared many platforms, Goa, then actually 2-3 places we have shared. So he is a very good, you know, for the outreach. If you please visit his Twitter, get the inspire actually. So digitally you can reach like anything. If you are really want to, you know, weather ready and climate smart, and to help us in the outreach, open Twitter, Facebook, put our, you know, warning, all those things. So digitally you can show your presence very much. So with this, if I see the agenda, so the first I can, you know, if I'll request, if any, you know, our younger generation in Apada Mitra, if anybody, his experience, if he wants to share, we will be really thankful. Please come forward. There is no restriction, nothing actually. So you need not take any, you know, organization permission or anything. Please come and share your word. Then we will call one by one. Thank you. So first is the Apada Mitra. Thank you. So otherwise you can directly take the next, actually you can take the Bharat crowd. So you have presentation? Yeah, me. Please share, you know, your idea or your experience.
सर को माइक में सर.
Our outreach is very limited.
Very good evening, good afternoon to everyone. Start. Just a minute. Start. वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन। आज हम इस कार्यक्रम के माध्यम से हम जानेंगे कि स्काउट्स एंड गाइड भारत के विभिन्न क्षेत्र में एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर कैसे कार्य करती है। तो इस कुछ स्लाइड्स के माध्यम से और अपने एक्सपीरियंस के माध्यम से जानेंगे। तो रोल ऑफ द भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड इज एक्सटेंशन ऑफ वेदर क्लाइमेट, कि हम लोग स्काउट्स एंड गाइड एक यूथ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। यहाँ पर डिफरेंट एजेस के आपको बच्चे मिलेंगे, आपको छोटे से बड़े लेवल तक के। तो वो अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में, जैसे कि क्लाइमेट चेंजेस में हम लोग बहुत सारे काम करते हैं, इन्वायरमेंट को लेकर के काम करते हैं, तो उसमें हम लोग भी जानेंगे। इसमें भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड का एक अपना रिच कल्चर है। हालांकि ये 1907 में बन गया था, बट इंडिया में ये फॉर्मली रूप से 1950 में ये वो ऑफिशियली ये आ पाया। और ये दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा यूनिफॉर्म ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, जिसके 6.6 मिलियंस ऑफ वॉलंटियर्स हैं।
द भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड, जैसे बताया मेरे फ्रेंड ने बताया, जैसे 1907 में ये इस्टेब्लिश हुआ द भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड। बट जब 1907 में जब हुआ तो छोटे छोटे अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के थ्रू थे। तो 1950 के अंदर ये एक द भारत स्काउट एंड गाइड्स के नाम से इस्टेब्लिश हुआ, जिसका रोल पूरे भारत के अंदर एक यूथ मूवमेंट को एंगेज करना था। जो ये हमारा स्ट्रक्चर है द भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड का, नेशनल एसोसिएशन, रीजनल एसोसिएशन, स्टेट एसोसिएशन एंड डिविजनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट एसोसिएशन, लोकल एसोसिएशन एंड ग्रुप्स डिवाइडेड बाय स्पॉन्सर्स एंड ओपन एंड यूनिट एंड स्कूल लेवल्स एंड कॉलेज लेवल्स फॉर स्काउटिंग एंड गाइडिंग।
जो भारत स्काउट एंड गाइड है, जो वर्ल्ड लेवल पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा स्पेसिफिक रोल निभाता है, जिसके अंदर वो अपनी उसकी जो नेटवर्क से इंडिया के अराउंड वो है 6.6 लाख। इस BSG कंट्रीब्यूशन टू वेदर एंड क्लाइमेट सर्विस। BSG जो है हमारा भारत स्काउट एंड गाइड, वो अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम ऑर्गेनाइज करता है, जिसके अंदर हम वर्कशॉप लगाते हैं और क्लाइमेट अवेयरनेस फैलाते हैं लोगों के बीच में। और हमारे प्रोजेक्ट है रनिंग प्रोजेक्ट क्लैप का फुल फॉर्म है क्लाइमेट लीडर एक्शन प्लान, और
स्पॉन्सर बाय यूनिसेफ। एंड सेकंड रनिंग प्रोजेक्ट इज YLACC, यूथ लीड एक्शन ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंज। लाइक जैसे IMD के अकॉर्डिंग जो क्लाइमेट चेंजेस प्रोग्राम है वो हम ऑलरेडी पहले से ही ग्रो कर रहे हैं। अपने जो भी भारत स्काउट गाइड्स के जो भी वॉलेंटियर्स हैं, आपदा मित्र, जैसे सर ने पहले डिफाइन किया आपदा मित्र, हमारी जो खुद की आपदा मित्र, जैसे लाइक फ्लड्स को लेकर, डिजास्टर्स को लेकर, उसमें सर्वाइविंग स्किल्स क्लैप के थ्रू, YLACC के थ्रू, वर्ल्ड इन्वायरमेंट वन महोत्सव एंड अर्थ डे को सेलिब्रेट करते हुए क्लाइमेट चेंज को अपनी डेली रूटीन एक्टिविटी में हम एंगेज करते हैं।
अभी आप देख पा रहे हैं डिजास्टर प्रिपेयर्डनेस ट्रेनिंग, आपदा मित्र स्कीम एक भारत सरकार के द्वारा चलाया गया एक स्कीम है, जिसके अंतर्गत भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड ने एक बहुत ही बड़े स्तर पे इंडिया के लेवल पे एक स्केल करा है, जिसके अंतर्गत हमारे कुछ 1780 वॉलंटियर्स अभी तक इसमें इनरोल हो गए हैं। और जहाँ पे भी हमें इसकी ज़रूरत पड़ती है, हम वहाँ पर अपना इमरजेंसी सेवाएं प्रदान करते हैं। एज यू कैन सी दैट, आप देख सकते हैं जहाँ पे भी हमें हमारी आवश्यकता होती है, जैसे कम्युनिटी बेस्ड डिजास्टर रिस्क मैनेजमेंट्स, तो हमारे पहले से ही हम अपने मेंबर्स को ट्रेन करते हैं ताकि वो डिफरेंट एरिया, डिफरेंट लोकेशंस में जा करके वो अच्छे से काम कर सकें। फर्स्ट एड इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज, तो फर्स्ट एड डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट का एक महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट हो जाता है। फर्स्ट एड आप किसी भी स्काउट गाइड से पूछ सकते हैं, बेसिक्स लेवल से स्टार्ट करके एडवांस लेवल तक उनको फर्स्ट एड की प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग देने के बाद उन्हें आपदा मित्र स्कीम के अंतर्गत उन्हें फील्ड पे भेजा जाता है वर्क करने के लिए। जैसा कि आप देख सकते हैं, ये कुछ हमारे मॉक ड्रिल्स ऑर्गेनाइज किए जाते हैं, जिसके माध्यम से हमें डिफरेंट अलग अलग मैनेजमेंट के थ्रू हमें काम करने का मौका मिलता है।
Community outreach, promoting sustainable practice like rainwater harvesting, regular tree plantation, camping against single-use plastic, camping to save water and save energy. Tide tunnels plastic challenges. Cleanliness driving with the community. अगला हमारा है प्रमोटिंग टू सस्टेनेबल प्रैक्टिस. हमारे बीएसजी में बताया जाता है, हमें हर साल और हर महीने तक हम लोग देखते हैं, मतलब प्लांटेशन करते हैं जिससे हमारे इसमें प्लांट का ग्रोथ ज़्यादा हो सके. और जैसे कि आप इमेजेस में देख सकते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पे कितने भी वॉलंटियर्स हैं वो कैसे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं प्लांटेशन के लिए. और हमारी हर एक यूनिट जो होती है वो प्लांटेशन में एक बहुत ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाती है. नेक्स्ट इज
एक स्काउट गाइड अपने क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं रहता. जस्ट वेट. एक स्काउट गाइड अपने क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं रहता, वो कोस्टल एरिया में भी जा कर के लोगों की मदद करता है, सरकार की मदद करते हैं, उनके साथ सहयोग करने का हमारा पूरा प्रयास रहता है. अब देख पाए इनिशिएटिव ऑफ वेदर क्लाइमेट्स, हम कौन कौन सी सर्विसेज प्रोवाइड करते हैं एज अ क्लाइमेट इस पे वर्क करते हैं हम. इसके बारे में कुछ, जैसे ये हमारा एक्शन है यूथ लेड एक्शंस ऑन क्लाइमेट चेंजेस. ये इस प्रोग्राम के थ्रू ओवरऑल 1 लाख हम ट्रेन करते हैं. उसके अंतर्गत हमें इसके बेनिफिशरीज जो मिलते हैं 7.15 लाख बेनिफिट्स होते हैं इसके अंतर्गत. और जो इसमें एजेस डिफाइन किया गया है वो 18+ है. इसमें बच्चों को इन्वॉल्वेशन नहीं होता, इसमें केवल रोवर एंड रेंजर्स का और यंग लीडर्स का इसमें इन्वॉल्वेशन होती है बढ़ चढ़ के. उसके बाद है क्लाइमेट लीडर एक्शन प्लान. इसके अंतर्गत हम 50, इसमें हमारा विजन है कि 50,000 यूथ को ट्रेन करना है और उसके बाद इसका बेनिफिट 5 लाख लोगों तक इसका हम पहुंचा सके इजीली, जहां पे हमें इसकी आवश्यकता पड़ेगी. और 200 से अधिक हमें क्लाइमेट लीडर्स का मेक करना है. हम कोई भी कार्यक्रम करने से पहले अपने हम मेंबर्स को ट्रेन करते हैं. ट्रेनिंग के बाद उन्हें हम भेजते हैं अलग अलग डिफरेंट एरिया में काम करने के लिए. स्ट्रैटेजी बिल्ड करते हैं, कैसे वो फ्लड्स, डॉट्स एंड हीट वेव्स का सामना करना है, कैसे उनसे रखरखाव करना है, कैसे बचाव करना है. इसके माध्यम से हम लोग उनको सिखाते हैं और लोगों में इसका लोगों को इसके बारे में अवेयर करते हैं.
अगला हमारा इंगेजमेंट ऑफ यूथ एंड क्लाइमेट एक्शन. जो हमारा बीएसजी है वो एक क्लाइमेट एक्शन पे बहुत क्लाइमेट एक्शन पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस करता है, जिसके अंदर हमारे बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम्स आते हैं, बहुत सारे में ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स ऑर्गेनाइज की जाती है. और इसके अंदर हम लोग लीडरशिप डेवलपमेंट भी करते हैं, कैसे एक रोवर, रेंजर, स्काउट गाइड कैसे एक पूरी कम्युनिटी को लीड करता है अवेयरनेस फैलाने में, और कैसे आप कैसे उसको प्रमोट कर सकते हैं हर एक चीज़ को, और आप कैसे फ्लोड हो, डस्ट हो, और किसी भी चीज़ में आप कैसे लोगों को सेव कर सकते हैं, उस चीज़ में वो लीडरशिप सिखाते हैं. अगला है हमारा कुछ पॉइंट्स है जिससे हम जानेंगे कि कैसे हम हर एक चीज़ को सेव कर सकते हैं. कंजर्वेशन कैसे कहते हैं, जैसे कि सेव एनर्जी, reduce waste, water save, say no to single plastic, adopt healthy lifestyle and adopt sustainable food system. हमारे यहाँ पे कुछ रोवर्स रेंजर है जो कि इस अवेयरनेस के ऊपर जो काम करते हुए, इसमें कुछ पिक्चर्स हैं. आगे हमारे भारत स्काउट एंड गाइड में हैम रेडियो की प्रैक्टिस भी करवाई जाती है, जैसे कि हम लोग कैसे आपदा के वक्त कैसे हम हैम रेडियो से बात कर सकते हैं. और हम लोग अपने आप में नहीं, हम पब्लिक को भी सिखाते हैं कि अगर आपको ऐसा कुछ मिले, मतलब हैम रेडियो से कैसे बात करते हैं, और आप कैसे दूसरे फोर्सेस से कम्युनिकेट कर सकते हैं. जैसे कि अगर बात की जाए, अगर कोई फ्लोड वोड आता है तो उसमें मेनली हमारी एयरफोर्स और नेवी जाती है, तो आप कैसे हैम रेडियो से उनसे कनेक्ट हो सकते हैं.
हैम रेडियो एक कोर्स होता है, भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड के थ्रू करवाया जाता है इसका कोर्स। ये टोटली लाइसेंस बेस्ड होता है। जो भी व्यक्ति इस कोर्स को करता है उसके बाद उन्हें एक लाइसेंस मिलता है। लाइसेंस के बाद वो वायरलेस पे कनेक्ट हो जाता है ताकि अपने मेंबर्स के थ्रू और एक ऐसे लोकल बॉडी के जो लोकल लेवल पे कवर करती है, कुछ भी अगर प्रॉब्लम हो जाती है तो हम वहाँ पे ईजिली अपने इंफॉर्मेशंस को, सूचनाओं को हम ईजिली पहुँचा सकते हैं और जल्दी से जल्दी पहुँचा सकते हैं। तो इसके माध्यम से हमें अर्ली वार्निंग सिस्टम के माध्यम से हम लोग हैम रेडियो का इस्तेमाल करते हैं, जिससे कि हम दूर दराज में रह रहे लोगों को जल्द से जल्द उसको जानकारी हम प्रदान कर सकते हैं। ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19 हम लोगों ने बहुत ही ज़्यादा काम किया। मतलब कि जहाँ पर एक भारतीय समाज की एक बहुत बड़ी जो वर्ग थी वो घर में रह करके काम कर रहा था, और तो उसी जगह पे हम लोग जो भारत स्काउट्स एंड गाइड के जो वॉलंटियर्स थे वो फील्ड वर्क पे काम कर रहे थे। स्कूल्स में, कहीं पार्क में, जहाँ पे लोग शेल्टर होम्स प्रोवाइड करवाना, लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना और उसके बारे में अवेयर करना कि वो कितना ज़्यादा उनके लिए हानिकारक है। तो उन सभी चीज़ों के लिए हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा तत्पर काम कर रहे थे ड्यूरिंग कोविड-19। और कभी भी इंडिया में कहीं पे भी आपदा आ जाए, ऐसा जो नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स हो या मैनमेड डिजास्टर्स हो, तो उसके निपटने के लिए हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे मुहिम करते, बहुत सारे कार्यक्रम आयोजित करते, जिसके माध्यम से हम फूड प्रोवाइड करवाना, शेल्टर होम्स प्रोवाइड करवाना, डिफरेंट, अगर कोई नदी मतलब कोई भी डिजास्टर के कारण नदी टूट गया हो, कहीं कनेक्टिविटी खत्म हो गई हो, तो फिर उसके लिए स्काउट्स गाइड अपना पूरा सहयोग करती है और पूरा योगदान देती है उसके अंतर्गत। मॉक ड्रिल्स आयोजित की जाती है, जिसके अंतर्गत हम प्रैक्टिसेस करते हैं ताकि हमें जब काम करना हो रियल फील्ड में तो हमें कोई प्रॉब्लम ना आए, कोई हेजिटेशंस ना हो उसके अंतर्गत उत्पन्न हो। जैसे कि आप देख सकते हैं कुछ हमारे पिक्चर्स है जो हमारे वॉलंटियर्स दिन प्रतिदिन काम करते रहते हैं, और 4.5 लाख BSG यूथ वॉलंटियर्स ने सर्विसेज पर डे ये लोग देते रहते हैं। इनका बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान होता है हमारे भारतीय समाज में। अगर हम फ्यूचर प्लान्स एंड विजन्स की बात करें तो हमारा बहुत ही सिंपल विज़न है और क्लियर विज़न है कि हमारे जो वेदर रिलेटेड इन्फॉर्मेशन है बहुत ही ज़्यादा सटीकता से और एक्सपेंडेबिलिटी उनको बहुत तेज़ी से पहुंचा सके, हमें किसी प्रकार का कोई मिसकम्युनिकेशन ना हो। तो उसके क्षेत्र में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि और भी कोलैबोरेशन करें गवर्नमेंट एंड अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के थ्रू, ताकि हम और अच्छे से काम अपने काम को दिखा सकें और लोगों को इसके बारे में अवेयर कर सकें। अब बात करें हम यूथ लेड एक्शंस क्लाइमेट चेंजेस की, तो ये हम ऑलरेडी इस पे काम कर रहे हैं और इसका अगले महीने आयोजन होने वाला है। और हम लोग यूथ एक्शन प्लान पे और क्लाइमेट एक्शन पे हम लोग दिन प्रतिदिन काम करते रहते हैं इसके इस विषय पे। तो ये नेक्स्ट मंथ इसका फिर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो हम लोग इस पे फिर वर्क होगा। या इफ़ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस प्लीज फील फ्री टू आस्क, देन विल कंटिन्यू।
Excellent presentation from our Bharat Scout and Guide also. You have seen how they are, starting from disaster management, rescue, all kind of, emergency I can tell. So their numbers are also very high. So if any question specific and, for any kind of, you want to, any doubt in their, for improving their presence across the country or anything. बिकॉज मैं तो देखा हूँ कि साइंस सुनने में मज़ा लगता है, लेकिन जब सर्विस आते हैं ना तो सारे लोग नाक इधर कर देते हैं, भाई कौन नाइट करेगा, कौन रात दिन करेगा। बट बात तो यही है कि अभी जो नेक्स्ट इन द एरा ऑफ एक्सट्रीम वेदर इवेंट अगर कुछ करना है तो इसी में करना है। एक्यूरेसी 90% किसको देना है, उसको कैसे बचाना है। झारखंड ट्राइबल वर्नाकुलर लैंग्वेज, इंग्लिश हिंदी कौन देखता है। टीवी आउटरीच हाउ मच, डिजिटल स्मार्टफोन कितना % इंडिया का भी स्टडी किए हैं, सब चला देंगे मोबाइल में। बट लेकिन फिजिकल तो चाहिए। सो दे आर एक्चुअल, मतलब उनकी स्लाइड देख के आप अगर रियल वांट टू हेल्प इन द सर्विस, सो इसको कैसे इम्प्रूव करना है, हाउ वी कैन टेक दिस फॉरवर्ड। एक्चुअली नाउ कास्ट 3 आवर है ही नहीं कुछ, लाइटनिंग इंस्टेंट ऑफ सेकेंड, अवेयरनेस, आई थिंक अवेयरनेस ओनली। अगर आप गाड़ी से जा रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं ब्लैक क्लाउड, आप उतर के जो फैमिली है जो खेती कर रहे हैं उनको बता दीजिए भाई ऐसे ऐसे आपका घर कितना दूर है, थोड़ा बैठ जाइए हमारा गाड़ी में। coming up, आप देखा है ना IIT Bombay के process 11 years living on the bus in the bus. So these are the kind, I don't know how many will come forward. So some question or some suggestion, okay, they have come, you can see इतना कम एज का, तो भारत तो इन लोगों का है, India is belongs to them only, है ना? Yeah. So
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, you are not audible.
This is the first forum where I am coming to know about the Bharat Scouts and Guides. We do interact with NCC and NSS regularly. I mean, what I am saying is in terms of the armed forces. So, as you said, you have several programs that are running for weather and climate. Perhaps you can have an outreach with the defense units in the areas wherever you are situated, so that with regard to just the information of severe weather that can be passed. If, for example, if for example I'm in Lucknow, and somewhere close to about 10-20 kilometers out of Lucknow there is a unit placed where you are training or you convene, that outreach can be there, so that we can contact you or you can contact us when please sir.
We are having unit in what you call that air unit and sea unit both. So you people can contact over there. In Bangalore, in what you call that Kochi, Kerala, sea unit.
Can we make it a compulsory, or at least some volunteership should be from a school? Is there any activities going in that direction? Because at least students will get the flavor of this.
But if they want to join, they can. We can tell them how to join. Okay. Wherever they are in the district, so they can contact their district headquarters and they can register their unit, and their teachers will be trained how to run a unit. Right? Thank you. We are having age group, primary school, 3 to 10. Then high school, 10 to 18. And college, 15 to 25. Okay. They are known as primary school cub bulbul, जो boys cub और girls bulbul. High school boys scout and girls guide. In college boys rovers and guides rangers. Oh sorry, girls rangers. Like that our section. Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you for excellent presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So, actually, still you are not getting, excited to the topic. I do not know where are the issue. Either, the participant has the issue or the speaker has the issue. So, suggestion came in this way that we will take, front to front question for discussion who have actually worked. Like I can, I can call squadron leader Jayesh, Kawaj. Yeah. So please come to the stage. So he can share some experience or something like that. And then he is from Air Force. Then we can take, the Deputy Commandant Sri Gaurav Sharma, NDRF. So you can please come. So NDRF actually, NDRF. And this squadron leader, please come. Oh, I am not coming, that's why. Yeah, please come. No. Actually, your name is there, and then we have Mahendra Sharma, our scout and guide. Okay. So as you have seen, actually, you can sit down further. I'll start with the Air Force, okay? Because he has experience. As I was telling that the Air Force, because उसके पास है ना जहाज है immediate ऊपर से.
एक्चुअली सर डिजास्टर में ना सबको ट्रेनिंग एनडीआरएफ देती है. हाँ, आप भूल गए थे उसको.
नहीं भूले नहीं. मैं जस्ट एयरफोर्स पहले लूँगा. अफकोर्स एनडीआरएफ तो पहले कैंप ये दे गो. आपको मैं बता देता हूँ कैसे मैनेजमेंट होता है. जैसे आईएमडी फर्स्ट एनडीआरएफ के साथ 24/7 बैठता है. ओके. एंड एनडीआरएफ हैज अ डिफरेंट सेंटर अराउंड द इंडिया. मतलब मैं तो ये नहीं बोलूँगा हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में है. नियर टू डिस्ट्रिक्ट दे हैव द battalion. So like heavy rainfall or like cyclone. I am just giving one SOP standard. So once we issue some orange or red color, once we issue, please sit. Once we issue the orange or red color, so what they do, they send their the people or their trained people to the site actually. So they camp in the site actually with sufficient lead time. But as you know that like some of the area where it takes time, or they are having continuous bad weather, like sometimes no low cloud or heavy rainfall, like Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, northeast region. So those are the challenge. I will not go. They will tell to us how they do. But we have 24/7 touch with them. Then of course equal with the Air Force and Navy and Coast Guard. So they, as you know, they are the first to react. Because they are the first responder. Public, I know the community is the first responder. That's why the community comes first, because they will arrange what to do. कहाँ से बोट मिलेगा, कैसे जाएं. Because I do not know India में first responder तो always is the community. Okay, then they reach there. So I will take actually how they manage real time disaster. Yeah, please. Yeah.
सर अगर रियल टाइम डिजास्टर्स की बात करें तो नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स में तो हमारा जो कोलैबोरेशन है ना, वो वी आर वेरी प्राउड ऑफ आईएमडी कि सबसे पहले हमें आईएमडी से ही इंफॉर्मेशन मिलती है. हमारा जो काम है मॉनिटरिंग भी जो करते हैं, हमारा कंट्रोल रूम है. एक्चुअली सर बोल रहे थे डिस्ट्रिक्ट के पास में बटालियन है. देयर इज नॉट बटालियन एवरी ईच डिस्ट्रिक्ट. एक्चुअली वी हैव 16 बटालियन ऑल ओवर द इंडिया. अदर देन इट वी हैव रीजनल रिस्पांस सेंटर्स, RRC, they are called RRCs. So they are almost located in each and every state. Other than it, we have small teams deployed. तो जैसे 99 में आपको ध्यान होगा सुपर साइक्लोन आया था उड़ीसा में, तो उस समय इंडिया के पास आर्म फोर्सेज भी, आपको ध्यान होगा जब भी डिजास्टर आता है तो सबसे पहले आर्म फोर्स ही रिएक्ट करती हैं, रिस्पॉन्स करती हैं, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी मैन पावर उनके पास है. एक रोबस्ट मैकेनिज्म नहीं था, एक इंटीग्रेटेड सिस्टम था नहीं. तो 99 के बाद जो सुपर साइक्लोन आया उसके बाद फील हुआ कि भाई एक हमारे पास एक ऐसा मैकेनिज्म होना चाहिए जो इमीडिएटली और रियल टाइम पे बिना कुछ कहे ही एक्ट करने लगे, रिस्पॉन्स करने लगे. तब एनडीएमए एक्ट के बाद एनडीआरएफ की जो इंसेप्शन हुआ, इट वाज कम टू इंसेप्शन इन 2006 एक्चुअली. तो उसके बाद आईएमडी तो पहले से ही था. तो नेचुरल डिजास्टर में क्या होता है, आप देखते होंगे आजकल साइक्लोन आता है तो जो जन धन की हानि बोलते हैं ना, ह्यूमन लाइफ और पब्लिक प्रॉपर्टी का जो नुकसान बहुत कम होता है. आजकल देख रहे होंगे, पहले जितना होता था उतना नहीं होता. बिताउते भी आया था. इसका रीजन है आईएमडी से हमको जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिलती है उसकी मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, और मॉनिटरिंग के बाद अपनी प्लानिंग करके हम अपनी टीम्स को प्री पोजीशन कर देते हैं. इसमें आईएमडी का बहुत बड़ा रोल है. वो फोरकास्ट कर देती है, तो हमको पता चल जाता है कहाँ पे लैंडफॉल होने वाला है और कहाँ पे सबसे वर्स्ट इफेक्ट इसका होने वाला है. वहां पे हम टीम की प्री पोजिशनिंग कर देते हैं. डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन, स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ मिलके जो लूज या कमजोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उनको हम वहां से रिमूव कर देते हैं, क्योंकि सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान क्या पहुंचाता है, कंक्रीट स्ट्रक्चर पहुंचाएगा. उसको तोड़ने के लिए बहुत बड़े स्टॉर्म की जरूरत है. लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा नुकसान क्या पहुंचाता है? आपकी जो होर्डिंग्स हैं, लूज जो आपकी ये क्या बोलते हैं, लोहे की शीट्स लगी होती हैं, आयरन लगा होता है, या कच्चे घर बने होते हैं, वहाँ से हम लोग वो पहले ही हटा देते हैं, शेल्टर्स में पहुंचा देते हैं। और ऑलमोस्ट डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन IMD के कहने पे लैंडफॉल के नज़दीक के किनारे लगभग 5 से 7 किलोमीटर का एरिया हम बिल्कुल खाली करा देते हैं। उसके बाद जब वो इफेक्ट खत्म हो जाता है, दोबारा से पब्लिक वहां पे आती है। लेकिन कई बार क्या होता है, जैसे अभी तो डबलर, आपने पिछले साल 4 डबलर लगाए थे मेरे ख्याल में, एक हिमाचल में, एक JNK में। उससे पहले फ्लैश फ्लड आता था, पता नहीं चलता था उन इलाकों में, खासतौर से किन्नौर वगैरह के इलाकों में। अभी तो शायद लग गया है तो काफी राहत मिल गई है, पता चल जाता पहले से। उसमें फ्लैश फ्लड आता था या लैंडस्लाइड आती थी, उसमें फंस जाते थे लोग। जैसे आपको ध्यान हो, ये जो सिलक्यारा टनल से पहले जो पूरी टनल धंस गई थी, आपको ध्यान हो, उसमें मणिगंगा वाले में पूरा वॉश आउट हो गया था। करीब 50 लोगों की तो अभी तक बॉडी मिली नहीं है, उसमें पूरा कीचड़ में चला गया था। तो ये चीजें हैं मेन। लेकिन नेशनल जो नेचुरल डिजास्टर जितने भी हैं, स्पेशली जो स्टॉर्म आते हैं, या फ्लैश फ्लड आता है, थंडर स्टॉर्म आता है, या आपकी लाइटनिंग हो जाती है, या फ्लड आ जाता है। दिल्ली में फ्लड आया था, दिल्ली फ्लड में हमें काफी मदद मिली IMD से। IMD से तो मदद मिली, लेकिन स्टेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से मदद नहीं मिली वो, ठीक है। तो जितना वहाँ पे नुकसान हुआ ना दिल्ली फ्लड में, इसमें तो ये समझिए कि NDRF का और IMD का जो रोल रहा, वो एक्चुअली आपको ध्यान हो, गेट वगैरह जाम हो गए थे, तो गेट तो अब IMD नहीं खोलेगी जाके, गेट तो मैं भी नहीं खोलूंगा जाके। तो उन चीजों में तो
so as he has already highlighted, you have seen from super cyclone to Taute or Hudhud. So similar also, cyclone we have 0 death. Now from Kedarnath to Himachal or Uttarakhand, the flood. Himachal we have 2023, and where is Kedarnath? 2000, I think 2013 actually. So if you see, so there has been lot of improvement. But as he already told, some of the disaster like lightning, thunderstorm. So these are the where the death has not been reduced. If you see last 10 years, every year around 1,900 fixed actually. But heavy rainfall, cyclone coming down. So what are the gap area or where we can interact more? As I was telling that, because these are big organization, तो cyclone मतलब तो district collector sufficient है, तहसीलदार. But lightning means village sarpanch. Lightning means each family. So how we can increase the awareness and fill the gap area?
थैंक यू सो मच सर। विथ रिगार्ड टू लाइटनिंग, जैसे आपने बात की, सिमिलर टू IMD and IITM, we also have a network of about 62 lightning detection system sensors which are placed all over the country. Till very recently we used to share the data with IMD. Because of some technical issue of late, we are not able to, but in future certainly we will. That is one major information of how that can be used to mitigate deaths or perhaps loss of property during lightning.
So Bharat Scout and Guide actually, I heard that actually, because they are working in school, college, So as I have seen globally actually also that awareness is the main thing actually, and wherever the death has been reduced, the person has to keep safety himself. I was telling na, first responder is the person actually, that or community. अगर उसका गांव में कोई स्मार्ट लड़का है तो कितना लोगों को बचा सकता है ना? So I pray God कि things should come like that. Okay, so in that context, how is the your, like you have included the agenda also. I was looking in the agenda you have early warning and
एक्चुअली हर साल हम डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट प्रिपेयरनेस के कोर्सेज करते हैं और दैट इज रीजन वाइज। हमारा भारत स्काउट एंड गाइड ने अपने इंडिया को 6 रीजन में डिवाइड किया है। हर रीजन में हम एक कोर्स हर साल करते हैं। उसमें SDRF की मदद लेते हैं, सिविल डिफेंस की मदद लेते हैं और हमारे अपने ट्रेनर भी होते हैं। हमारा टारगेट ये है कि हर घर में कम से कम एक बच्चा ट्रेंड हो। मेरे हम जैसे आप पानी के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, फ्लड आ जाए दिस एंड दैट, तो हम एक वाटर एक्ट का कोर्स भी करते हैं। वाटर एक्ट में हम हमारे यूथ को स्विमिंग बट और कितने सारे तरीके हैं कि बच्चा मतलब खुद तो अपने आप को सेव कर ही सकता है, बट और 10-20 को कैसे सेव कर सकता है विद नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। उस टाइम में जरूरी नहीं है आपके पास बोट होगा, जरूरी नहीं कि आपके पास कोई ऐसी सोर्स होगी कि जो जिसके माध्यम से आप उनको लेके दौड़ेंगे। एट दैट टाइम दे हैव टू यूज द नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज। तो इस तरीके से हम यूथ को उसमें तैयार करते हैं। जो अर्ली वार्निंग की बात आप कर रहे हैं, उसमें आउटरीच
बोला जाए कि लाइटनिंग जब होता है, होता है
जी
डायरेक्टली स्पॉट को ये करता है, इम्पैक्ट करता है, मतलब काला बादल आ गया इसलिए घर जाए।
हाँ, वैसे उन्होंने बच्चों ने बताया था कि जब कोई किसी टाइप का कोई डिजास्टर होता है तो आपकी जो रिसोर्सेज है वो बंद हो जाती, खत्म हो जाती है। बट हैम रेडियो व्हाट यू दैट सोर्स जो काम करता है उस टाइम में, तो हमारे पास हैम ट्रेन बंदे हैं और हर साल हम हैम का कोई कोर्स करते हैं। तो और कोशिश करते हैं कि हर साल 50-60 लोग उसमें ऐड करते रहें ताकि हमारी बड़ी टीम हो। क्योंकि हैम रेडियो उस टाइम में ही एक ऐसा सोर्स है जो आप लोगों को कम्युनिकेट कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू।
So I will request co-chair, if time is there, we can take one or two, innovative idea from the floor. So we can, floor is open actually, okay? So if you have any, experience, so we can, put into the document actually. Because we have to come up from that silo, okay? So please, any from the audience, anything, how we can, increase our services or how outreach can be, because I have narrated where are the gap area actually. Okay, so I have narrated the classified also. Cyclone 0, heavy rainfall reduced 70%. Heat wave nil. Heat wave nil, why I told you? Yeah, interesting actually. Heat wave as you know that heat wave related disaster management is completely different from the cyclone and flood. वहाँ आप लोगों को लेके कहीं नहीं रख सकते हैं, बिकॉज लाखों लोग इम्पैक्टेड है, एकदम से 15 डिस्ट्रिक्ट के ऊपर चलता है। यूपी का देखा, ईस्ट यूपी मतलब आपका पटना से लेकर के बिहार और बंगाल कोलकाता से लेकर के हीट वेव चल रहा है गंगानगर तक। अब कहाँ से आदमी उठाए गए? एक महीना 15 मई से 15 जून आप देखा 2023 में, आप 2024 बिग एरिया एट ए टाइम। सो दिस इज अलग लेवल ऑफ अवेयरनेस, ऑफ कोर्स अवेयरनेस, but other support it needs actually, okay? And cold wave is same thing, you need dress, you need heating. It's really actually not by you have seen who are the dwellers, poor people, you need multi-layer cloth, heating actually. So heat wave, cold wave, they are just mirror image. Extreme temperature is really worrying, so that needs I think my personal experience, we have seen how warning 100% I will tell you, because pattern developing, staying, okay? Prediction is not an issue. heat wave एक बार डेवलप हो गया रहेगा 15 दिन में, वो समर में कहाँ से बारिश आएगा? नहीं आएगा। नॉर्थ इंडिया लैंडलॉक एरिया में नहीं आएगा। हाँ, जून महीने में थंडरस्टॉर्म होगा, मई 15, अप्रैल 15 से शुरू होता है, ओके? सो दैट नीड्स मोर थॉट, मोर ओके? सो प्लीज मतलब come forward and put some of your reaction so that we can come, we can end this session. Yeah, please, the young, your and weather.
May I say something? Actually, सर जो बोल रहे हैं आउटरीच, कम्युनिटी बिल्डिंग, ये तो हम लोग करते ही हैं, स्कूल सेफ्टी प्रोग्राम और अदर दीज थिंग्स। सर जो बोल रहे हैं हीट वेव और कोल्ड वेव, तो एक्चुअली आई बिलोंग टू बेसिकली फ्रॉम बॉर्डर सिक्योरिटी फोर्स, तो हम राजस्थान के एरिया में रहते हैं, वहाँ पे हीट वेव बहुत ज़्यादा चलती हैं। तो वी आर नॉट साइंटिस्ट बेसिकली, तो जितना एज ए ले मैन हम कर पाते हैं, हम वहाँ पे कोल्ड रूम्स बनाते हैं। हमारे खुद के डॉक्टर्स होते हैं जो लोकल पॉपुलेशन होती है उसके लिए, वहाँ पे एसी भी रखते हैं और जो डॉक्टर के हिसाब से बर्फ़ वगैरह जो भी होती है वहाँ रखते हैं, और लोकल पॉपुलेशन के लिए तो हम जितना पॉसिबल होता है कर सकते हैं। लेकिन सर जो बोल रहे हैं वास्तव में अगर साइंटिस्ट की तरफ से कुछ खास आइडिया आएगा और हमें मिलेगा तो वी रियली पॉन्डर अपॉन दैम।
Given you maybe Shobit or somebody like Atul. Yeah. Yeah, anything you.
What percentage of I have a question. When you will take the action, 80% confirmation of flash flood, and so how do you decide? Then you have to remove those people from that place, and if some case false alarm, and how you tackle them?
This is interesting. This I will take.
Very fair.
This sir, I will take from front actually. I will take. We have a 4-stage warning actually. Green, no action. आप कहीं भी घूमें, कहीं भी शॉपिंग करें, no action. Green. Yellow means wait for next information. Yellow. And orange means be ready. So actually, in my concept, be ready if I am telling, that means be ready for evacuation. Okay, because we have the accuracy of the hazard prediction or the severe weather prediction has limitation. 80% or heat wave तो I told, heat wave needs solution actually. Orange red तो हम दे देते हैं, ठीक है ना, वो तो each individual has to take care because उसमें evacuation लेके कहाँ रखेगा, कहाँ इतना ऐसी campus है, okay, so that we have to find some solution that needs, जैसे सर बताया, innovation, technology will come. But like heavy rainfall and flood as you told, so if you keep yourself ready, so evacuation will take fraction of minute. The NDRF or Air Force will reach and pick up you. But if वहाँ आप stumble करेंगे कि मेरा बैग रह गया, मेरा वो रह गया, so orange to red, we tell orange is the red actually, if I am correct actually. Because red is a very highest stage. Highest stage मतलब immediate it needs actually action. But orange means be ready NDRF, be ready Air Force, be ready the person actually, the public, the community. So there should not be any confusion in this, multi-hazard early warning system. They are actually laid down procedure, and nowadays, if you see everything comes under SOP. They have their responsibility. I have my responsibility. We meet at Ministry of Home and discuss how we have how much done our job actually. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, false alarm, it is a global issue actually. We, we tell in that way that it is better to issue a false alarm rather than not issuing a real one. That means you may issue 1 or 2 false alarm, but if you are missing the event, disaster actually. So false alarm ठीक है, स्कूल बंद कर दिया, ठीक है, आज आप बंद कर दिया, तो कल अगर हम बोले और हो गया और बंद किया, ठीक है, okay. So that way we move actually. That is the way how we have been trained actually. Okay, yeah.
Sir, regarding certain things like one major issue was there initially that observation was lagging, and many governments have come up with certain solutions, like UP recently has installed a very robust network of 2,500 stations which will measure everything, temperature, humidity and rainfall. So first and foremost thing initially what we were missing, or many people might have been missing as a forecaster, like you have given a forecast, but has that been realized? Unless you have a realistic data, you also don't have that much confidence. Many a times in case of rainfall, our data is showing something, but where the disaster has happened, that data is not available. So with the availability of data, that nowcast module will be very robust, and we will not be missing any of the information, I hope so. And secondly, like this platform of CAP Sachet that has been developed, it is really a novel work, but the only thing is that since in that particular area what is being demarcated for a particular kind of warning in nowcast scale or for 24-hour scale, has a number of means a huge number of active cell phones. So they do prioritize the message sending based on the red color, or only on the mostly on the red color, sometimes on the our orange color. So there should be a remedy pertaining to a particular kind of disaster, that how this can be minimized. Like suppose that if we are talking about fog, if we say an event, so one fine morning whole UP or whole Indo-Gangetic plain is covered with the fog. But we know that everybody as such with fog is not going to be affected. So if there could be a mechanism that only cell phones which are active within a approximity of a road or national highway, only are a buffer zone half kilometer this way or that way, only to those people it will be disseminated, then it can be made more effective, and more beautiful solutions may come.
Yeah,
so
targeted
this thing of means approach is required, because many things are available, but due to whatever limitations is not reaching to the means last mile connectivity in proper time. So innovative solutions towards that needs to be looked into. That is my opinion.
Yeah,
Thank you.
He has an interesting point. What he is telling that like fog alert. So who are airport specific user or highway specific user, they have to be more given more frequency, or they have to be targeted. So that's why the area where we are not performing excellent, only we are rising, like lightning, thunderstorm, of course partly heavy rain over the hilly area, as he told, fog also. So these are the things remain actually issue and challenge. I think there is enough discussion. Okay, so I think you can. I will request Suman madam to summarize, and thank you all. Huh? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think we had a great discussion. So you will be seated here only because we will be presenting mementos to you. Okay. So kindly sit there for just 2 minutes.
Yeah, please.
So in summary, like we had a discussion, we had a presentation from Bharat Scout and Guides, and we came to know that what the services they are providing us. Then we had discussion with the Indian Air Force and NDRF, and again with the Bharat Scout and Guide. So sir, first of all, like IMD and all our Army, Air Force, Navy, they are going hand in hand. You are not helping us only in providing the national disaster relief or services, but somewhere you are also part of the observations also. We are receiving the observations also. So being an IMD and being an Indian, being a human being, we all are thankful to you for your services, because IMD is providing the services. The forecast IMD is providing, but actually one has to go on the field and we have to save the people's life, which is a much, much more important task. And you are doing that. So thanks again on behalf of all, and great to know. And we will be working together for the better future of India with better accuracy and better services. Thank you so much, sir. So after memento, we'll be breaking for the tea. So I request Nidhi to take over. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the dignitaries sitting on the dais for such a meaningful discussion. Now we'll proceed with the distribution of mementos. I would request Dr. Jinamani to kindly give away the memento to the dignitary from Indian Air Force. Now I would request sir to give away the memento to the representative from Bharat Scouts and Guides. I would request sir to give away memento to the representative from NDRF. Thank you, sir. Now we'll move for tea break. The tea is being served outside the hall, and we'll come back at 4:25 for panel discussion. I welcome you all back from the tea break. Now we'll start with the panel discussion. I request everyone to be kindly seated. IMD has 42 young scientists, and so we've divided them into 5 groups. Now we'll have panel discussions of these scientists. The discussions will be moderated by Jinamani sir. I would like to invite the first group for the panel discussion.
So only focus, as I have set the stage very honestly. So the talk should be very honestly focused, 40 minutes. Yeah. Only main point so that audience will get good.
So good afternoon, everyone. So our first group consists of mainly 8 people. Myself, Dr. Arun, Dr. Dharmaraju, Dr. Asha Latwal, Dr. Gargi Rakshit, Himadri, Dr. Sudeep Kumar and Dr. Ananya Karmakar. Sir, except Arun, everybody is here. Arun is actually busy in preparing the invitations and all. He already informed. Otherwise, all members are here. So the key objectives were this for this workshops. I am skipping all these points because it's already discussed. So we have done a preliminary meeting based on the instruction from HQ. So we have actually what we have done is that the vision document, it has 8 chapters. So in the preliminary discussion, we have divided the chapters, and so this way we have divided. Each chapter is divided among ourselves, and the next meeting we have. Yeah. Okay, so the next meeting we have come up with the ideas, and again we have discussed those ideas among ourselves, and we have formulated we have made a Word document, Google Word document, and we have shared all the ideas and made the document, and we have shared the document with Raghu also. So in the second meeting we have taken the suggestions from these organizers, Rangaraj sir and Raghu. So the chapter 1, actually it's a big chapter. It consists of observational network. So it has many observational aspects. So in the Doppler weather radar, the main points, many of most important points discussed was we have to increase the radar network density. Already we are working on that, but it needs more improvement. And upgradation of network to dual polarization radar. And also we need a National Weather Radar Operating Center, and also a National Center for Radar Maintenance and Manufacturing. Nowadays we are mainly depending upon the different countries. So here we have to a manufacturing hub and also a maintenance hub we need in the Doppler weather radar network. And in case of surface observational network, mostly all the recommendations were in the vision document. We have recommended almost every recommendations were agreeing with everyone. So these are the 3 points we have discussed more. Expansion of surface observational network and automated weather stations. We are working on that, but as our country is a very big country with so much of geographical variations in between south to north and east to west, so we need a lot of observational. We have really need an expansion in the observational network and also AWS. And other than this, we have to focus more on the urban meso network for understanding more about the city weather and city climate. And of course, IMD cannot do everything alone, so the innovation and collaboration is much needed in this part. Then in the upper air network also, mainly the integration, mainly the expansion of the network is very much important. And other than this, like GPS Sonde and PB Observatory, we have to come up with the deployment of advanced instruments like LIDAR and microwave radiometers in different parts of country. And this suggestion, Vaisala RS-41 radio sonde, it is a suggestion from Himadri. This is equipped with cyber security features. So these types of features we have to incorporate, and IMD can also adopt these type of measurements in our network. And similarly for satellite meteorology also, mainly the suggestions were, they have a convergence between all the members, mainly the maximizing the satellite utility. Already we are using for the cyclone detection and extreme weather preparedness. So we have to, actually the more details we have given in the document, and capacity building is also required for the satellite meteorology, utilization of satellite meteorology. And also the communication enhancement. We have to create user-friendly tools to share weather updates effectively using the satellite data. And also addressing the air quality gaps. Actually nowadays fog and air pollution, it is making lot of problems. We have, because the thumb rules have changed because of the introduction of pollution. So in that also we can utilize the satellite data, and we can utilize the satellite data. And aviation meteorology, mainly the upgradation of aviation meteorology services. Here also we need more advanced technologies like Doppler, LIDAR, wind profilers and all in the airports. And also a DSS support. Now we have a DSS support for the weather forecasting. So in terms of DSS, for the automated flight briefing tools in collaboration with ICAO and all. So we need more improved, we need an implementation of more improved DSS system. And here we need more focus on research and development. Of course, we are giving more. What happened? Sorry. Acha. We are mainly working on the operational aspects. So aviation meteorology also needs a lot of research and development, and capacity building and exchange programs of training within India and also with the other nations. We have to cope up with the new technologies in the aviation meteorology. And data, chapter 2 was the data communication and warning dissemination. So here we have mainly, everybody was mainly suggesting the AI driven warning translation. It is much required for the current position, and also for the in future also we have to cope up with this. And localized weather alerts, the new technologies has to bring, and smart infrastructure integration, especially smart road signs, public transport system, and airports screens. So here and all we have to bring more automation and more AI based techniques. And also the crowdsourced data utilization. IMD has a portal of crowdsourced data, but we are not utilizing it in a good way now. We have to improve that also. Then modeling aspect, actually mainly two things were discussed. One is the quantum computing. We have to, the importance of quantum computing and how can we incorporate that. How can we incorporate that technology in the field of numerical weather prediction? And also we need more GPU acceleration. This chapter mainly Himadri has suggested these points, and based on that we have formulated this. And forecast services also, development of data assimilation and modeling system. So every day the new technologies are coming, so we have to implement the high resolution data and location specific parameterization schemes and all. Then establish a comprehensive IBF system that covers the medium range and extended range from different scales, how we can linking the different scales in IBF also. And develop a comprehensive impact-based forecast and multi-hazard early warning system. So a new framework like National Framework of Climate Services also, that can also be effectively utilized. We are started with the national framework. So this thing can be implemented in the state level and also the regional level. And use of the extended reality, virtual reality, all those things we can utilize in the field of forecast dissemination platforms. And hazard specific early warning system, mainly these were the suggestions. Visual representation has to be enhanced, and we need a detailed action plans and different matrices for monitoring the progress of different sectors. and expansion of data sources and post-event impact analysis. IMD is doing, but it needs more improvement in that. And sector and user-specific threshold for weather warnings. Most of the things we are currently doing, but with the new technology and new advancement in the technology, we have to improve on a daily basis, or in 2047. The vision is up to 2047, so we should be able to cope up with the new technologies by that time. So, and sector specific, again, these were the suggestions: service initiation, data integration and human capital development. And also we have to start pilot programs by involving the different private players also from the different sectors in the society. And climate services, also similar way, advancing the forecasting techniques, especially improving the forecast precision and skills in climate prediction. And there are different, we can initiate regular scientist exchange programs within India and other major climate groups globally. Okay. And also fostering the collaborations with private sectors, different sectors like energy, health, etc. And also IMD can, along with IMD, other government and climate organization can clearly make a regulatory guidelines to provide financial incentives to take like tax breaks and grants to establish and start new knowledge of exchange. So these things we cannot do alone. We have to collaborate with other government agencies, and this was the suggestion. And there was a chapter on collaboration, so we have combined these two together, chapter 8 and 7. So, and these points, this was the last point, like youth engagement in weather and forecast and climate services. Many things already we have discussed in the morning. So one important suggestion everybody was telling, so a research fellowship program. IMD is taking a lot of internships in different part of the country, but we can initiate a regular internship program like many other institutes are doing. So every year or every 6 months we can call for a internship program, and the students from different colleges and schools can apply with a proper like fellowship and a proper guidance. So it is both the way good for us, because it will also help us to improve our forecast, and at the same time these children will also get a new flavor of the subject, how meteorology is playing in a role in their day-to-day life. And then the climate innovation challenges and hackathons, already we are conducting this Metro Olympiad. So this type of activities we can do on a regular basis. Then climate ambassadors and volunteers, we can actually tie up with NCC, NSS projects. And I suggest, instead of volunteering, this should be a compulsory part of our education, because now we don't have the time to do the things voluntarily, because the climate change is acting really in a bad manner in all our life. So this should be implemented. We can discuss with the other educational ministry and all. It has to be implemented from the primary levels of schools. And last one is the develop internship program, already I have discussed. So this was the suggestions and recommendation from group 1.
Thank you. So you have seen, actually she has covered almost all issues. Okay, but you have given any roadmap how to?
No sir, no roadmap actually we have prepared.
Okay, and then other things, any target? Nothing.
So mainly we were given we have given the document and what is the recommend.
But next level, because you will be running the IMD, so you know it, what is happening to ISRO. Zero funding, so you have to survive. Zero funding, yeah, it's actually. So government has made, you have seen SpaceX, वो daily छोड़ता है कि Elon Musk उधर. You see he is very active in the both his X and both his Y. Y means his work. So what he does in Y reflect in X. So that's why I am telling that we have to include how to not depend on the government. So मतलब मैं तो एक डाटा भी नहीं दूंगा अगर मुझे आप एक पैसा नहीं देंगे. कोई भी आए यूजर, except the disaster management. All other things has to be, number one, has to be properly, economical. If I do work, I must get back it. Okay. So हर लोग आजकल IMD के पास आते हैं, कहीं नहीं जाते. सब क्लेम करते हैं कि हम 500 लगाया, हमारे पास ये है, but ultimately they don't go there. They come to us actually. If you see big like aviation, like railway, any organization you see, energy also, they come. But we have to see how we can protect our money actually, because we have to survive also, no? So that you try to, that is my personal realization, because we work so much hard. And everybody knows actually. लोग बोलते हैं ना भाई ये वेदर फोरकास्ट करते क्या है. अभी जब आ जाता है ना 400 मिलीमीटर, 900 मिलीमीटर, 50 डिग्री, तब पता चलता है वेदर फोरकास्ट क्या करता है. दे टेल ना भाई इनकी ऑब्जर्वेशन क्यों इतना, वी हैव ए स्टेशन रिपोर्टेड 51. तो हम लोग वी नेवर गेट डिस्टर्ब. 51 रिपोर्ट किया है, हम थर्मामीटर ला के बैठा है 6 घंटे 8 घंटा बैठा है. नहीं भाई 1.5 ज़्यादा रिपोर्ट किया है. आपको कोई इसमें तकलीफ है क्या? नहीं, आपका ऑब्जर्वेशन गलत है. वर्ल्ड में गलत होता है. WMO is also campaigning for that. Any sensor, any observation likely to be error. डॉक्टर क्या पूरा पेशेंट को कर देता है, ओके कर देता है. He also goes through those steps actually. If you see 10 lakh, 20 lakh, 30 lakh, as the I'll tell the unfortunate of the patient growth. He also, if he has money, he goes on telling, आप यहाँ जाओ, वहाँ जाओ, वहाँ जाओ. So weatherman also like that. He will also try to, आप मुझे ये radar दे दो, 10 मीटर radar दे दो, या ऑब्जर्वेटरी हर 10 किलोमीटर में दे दो. We have to grow like that. We have to protect our service. Protectionist also you need. हम everything we can give, but you give these or these or these. Okay. So with that, I want from other group any reaction to this presentation. Okay, this is a group 1 presentation. I want from other group. How you grade it? Not in the group who are already working. Members from other group. Yeah.
So, sir, I have a lot many friends who work in private sector. So, sector-wise forecast. So that is where I think the revenue generation can be more than selling data, because it's the services which will generate money, and it's maybe 1,000 times more than selling the data. So, can there be a possibility where a group in IMD can be set up where they are attending to the specific needs of the companies? So basically, that is a revenue generating sector.
Yeah, this is the actual thing. Like, when we are, after our job finished, Akhil, me or something, we discuss this issue. Actually, in the website, we can have, if you go to UK Met Office, in the front, 1 minute weather service,
yes, sir.
€10. Okay,
yes,
so we can put in our, scrolling that you require any customized weather service for talking to with our service person. Our service person will attend it like any other service provider. आपको good morning बोलेगा, अच्छा बात करेगा. You can talk with him, but you pay him. Yeah, And I will tell you, these are the things coming up. UK Met Office, you just, if you type in your Google UK Met Office, it is there. Need weather service, just 2 minutes, this much money. 5 minutes, this much money.
Yes, sir. Just like solar farms need every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes solar incoming radiation data. So
anything,
that kind of forecast.
Data and also real-time service. Like
This is forecast, sir, basically.
Yeah, forecast service. Yeah.
So
suppose मेरे को जाना है शिमला, better paid ना.
Yeah, if IMD can do that, then most of the reliance on
मुझे शिमला
central
कितना
government
सेफ्टी
will
लगेगा,
done.
रास्ता में कहाँ कितना विंड होगा, किधर स्नोफॉल होगा, कौन सा रास्ता not okay, visibility कितना होगा. So actually these are the things started. So that's why I am telling, while writing these documents, we can, so that आपका mind में रहेगा. When I was in airport, मैं जब पहुँच गया, मैं तो मानसून का मुंबई रेनफॉल में मेरा करंट साइंस में हाईएस्ट लाइक है. तो जब एयरपोर्ट में पहुँच गया, मुझे उधर फॉग करूँ या वो मानसून को पकड़ूँ. So like that, actually, आप जब सर्विस में आए ना, आप वो forget about, you have to give the service first.
Yes, sir.
है ना? So you have to see, actually, sky is the limit, actually, I can tell you. So these are the innovation you can do. I like to see IMD in that way. When somebody, make like this, ekdam sell karo. Yeah.
Thank you. Now we'll proceed with the group 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
in addition to the Himadri's point, I just want to take one point. Actually, we have interacted with Assam Power Corporation as well as Manipur Power Corporation. So their input is like they want very specific forecast. Suppose heavy rainfall, we are telling 7 to 11 centimeters, but that they don't need. Exactly, if you can tell 10 centimeters exact figure, then we can sell our data and we can earn like anything. So we cannot tell range. They need very specific data. Yes. So wind and rainfall data, if you could predict exactly, quantify, if you could quantify very qualitatively, then definitely we can earn money and we can stand upon ourselves.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to add one point. Okay. So one point is that whenever you plan some observation network, like you have a plan here for Doppler weather radar as well as for ground stations also. Okay, but before planning, you need to do some sensitivity experiment. Okay,
Keep mic.
Okay, before planning, you need to do some sensitivity experiment, which will tell at which location you need the observations. Means we normally call this as a target sensitivity experiment. Okay, maybe you know that. So you need to perform that, and based on those experiment, you need to tell that these are the regions in which DWR X band is required or C band is required. Okay, based on their qualities. DWR have a X band have a particular specification which is required for certain conditions. Okay, so similarly, how many radio soundees are required? That also means for each and every observation network, you need to perform a sensitivity experiment, and that should be also the part of this.
For ideal network, yes. Yeah. So we can move next actually. We can invite the group to, Abhijit.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Brajesh. So, with the aim of no weather goes undetected and reaching up to panchayat level and giving the warning 10 to 15 days ahead, we had a discussion within our group and a detailed report we have submitted. In today's slide, we will only share the gist like how we will proceed or which process we will go. So first, with the three-tier approach, we have prepared a program. In that the first, which is a short term, which is by 2026, our main focus is on the educational outreach, in which we will plan to go to school and teach the students about the weather and their impacts, go to the colleges and foster them to enter meteorology as a career and invite them for our local Met offices and involve them in any forecasting or analyzing data. And also the digital use of we all know the potential of the digital platform. So in that we will motivate the youth to share that information, to share any weather events at their stations through Facebook, Instagram, in any else. The second term which we go by 2030, in which our main focus will be the R&D, with the collaboration with the defense or the private industry to develop indigenous instruments are the main concern, and then with the help of college students or scientific technical institution based on the AI/ML, we will build the forecast models with the different time scale. So with the proper technological driven approach, we can achieve this. Like with the help of HPC, we will program very fast and run 3 or 4 times a day. We can store our data in a cloud so that there will be easy access of data to everyone for the college or technical institution. The next, with the help of AI/ML, we can build forecast models with the different time scales or spatial parameters. And with the help of IoT, we can integrate the MET sensor with the help of that, so that all the information we can collect from one place. So when we advance in one thing, there will be new challenges, when we go for the advancement in technology, one big challenge arises, that is the data protection. For that, for the short term, we can develop a SOC, that a Security Operations Center, whose job is to monitor, evaluate the information of the websites, application, and the database. Additionally, we can also establish an information security management system for the threat and vulnerability analysis. So, with the aim of weather ready and climate smart, one example I can show you from our daily lives. Like we all use a Google Maps from going one place to another place, in which we can get the idea of the traffic ahead, so that we can avoid the route and change our route. So based on that, we are planning so that we can give the information of weather ahead on our route, so that we can use our time optimally or avoid any inconveniences. And with this, I say.
Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, what I can see, it is very good way of projecting all the things. See, whatever we have projected, and it is like a very broad area, and it's a picture is very bigger picture, right?
Yeah. We have planned in
Correct.
3 steps.
Correct. I understand. Yeah, it is a very good to see at a broader scale the problems. But thing is that what, in my opinion, what I see, we should also see the micro planning. See, to meeting such a big target, what are the next upcoming steps to achieve such? Suppose even you take a data security, even you target suppose supercomputers or something like that. But what are the specified step to plan? Otherwise, it will be like just a document. It's to make it. So my suggestion is that we can also think of some micro level planning, like to achieve one single step. What are the things to be required? That's it. Thank you.
For example, for the short term goal, we have planned to increase our meteorological network also. So by that we can achieve things slowly.
Good evening, one and all. Respected Germany sir, chair of the session, and madam, a very warm welcome on panel discussion from group 3. I myself, Ambedkar, and my team members, Jaidamani Parihar, Rangarajan sir, Akhil Raj, Raghavendra Raju, Abhimanyu Chauhan, Aditya Raj, Praveen Kumar, and Rajashri. So, coming to the introduction, weather and climate significantly impact our daily lives, from agriculture and health to disaster management and energy planning. So, we need to give accurate and timely meteorological services are essential for societal resilience, especially in context of a rapidly changing climate. India Meteorological Department has been at the forefront of weather forecasting and climate monitoring, delivering critical services to millions across the country. So, we come up with some vision to the IMD 2047. As we approach India's centenary of independence in 2047, IMD has laid out an ambitious roadmap to transform India into a global leader in meteorology and climate services. This vision focuses on leveraging advanced technology, enhancing disaster resilience, and integrating sector-specific forecast to address modern challenges. This vision aligns with India's broader goals of sustainable development, climate adaptation, and fostering innovation in science and technology. A key highlight of Vision 2047 is involvement of youth as a catalyst for change. By harnessing their energy, creativity, and technological expertise, we can address the challenges of climate resilience and weather forecasting in innovative ways. So, my team has suggested some key focus areas such as observational enhancement, technological advancement, disaster preparedness and resilience, sector-specific forecast, youth involvement in all the sectors, national and international collaborations. So firstly, how to improve observational networks. So accurate and reliable observations are the foundation of effective weather forecasting. As we know, without quality data from the instrumentation, whatever we have infrastructure, so weather forecasting may not be accurate. So with this key factor, so how to strengthen our observational networks. So for example, prioritizing the deployment of advanced technologies such as polarimetric phased array radars and IoT enabled sensors, and to get the real-time monitoring capabilities, particularly in remote and vulnerable regions. So one more, integration of satellite and drone technologies to get high resolution data. And one more thing is local connectivity solutions, develop localized weather data sharing networks. For example, why I am telling, see, not still in a country like India, still we have areas we don't have any awareness about weather. So small places, instead of creating like big infrastructures, IoT based enabled devices if we could put, we can get the better quality data to enhance our forecast very accurately. So these are all already covered, so I am skipping. So I want to focus on role of youth. Youth are just not beneficiaries of the advancements, but active participants and drivers of innovation. Their energy, creativity, and digital fluency are vital for achieving Vision IMD 2047. So, example, fostering innovation and startups. So, India is being now empowered country with the startups, with the visionary leadership of our government. So, to encourage youth participation in developing cutting-edge tools like AI-based weather forecasting and IoT-enabled data collection system, and strengthening our educational engagement. See, not only at the corporate level, during academic itself, we should give like some industrial awareness so that they can work from the educational level itself, like academic background itself. And enhancing community awareness. This is very much important. See, I want to bring one example here. Recently, we have been to a place to install one AWS, where they don't have awareness about what is this instrument. They are asking, you are going to give our Wi-Fi facility, or this is the system where this is going to give like information to the others, like for intelligence, like that. Then we have called one village chief. Then we have explained them, this is the system where we are going to get the data for the climate services. Then they agreed, and so they told finally you can deploy. That means there is a very much big gap for the awareness of the people regarding the climate services. So we should bring awareness camps so that people will appreciate our work. These are all already covered, so I'm skipping some. See, sector specific forecast. Even here I want to share one more example. Still many places we don't have infrastructure. We have to develop like observational network like AWS ARGs as well as Doppler weather radars, because we are not able to predict. We are predicting very nicely, but still to improve this, like district level forecast, panchayat level forecast, we need to increase the observational network, and along with that quality management of the data what we are receiving, so that we can enhance sector specific forecast very accurately. Sir, thanks. Sure. National and international collaborations. So why we need national and international collaborations? See, still the basic, I can say 80% of the forecast we are depending on the vertical profile. So what we are using is RSRW. So we are purchasing these instruments from the outsides. So this is high time. We should collaborate with international firms, and we can do the transfer of technology TOT, and we can develop all these instruments indigenously, so that India will become the leader in the weather services. I'll conclude. So Vision IMD 2047 aspires to establish India as a global leader in meteorology and climate services through enhanced observations, cutting-edge technology, youth involvement, and sector-specific solutions. IMD will build a resilient and prepared society. So achieving this vision requires collective efforts like collaboration between IMD with stakeholders and the active participation of youth primarily. Together we can navigate the challenges of weather and climate, ensuring a sustainable and future like a smart climate India. Thank you.
Highlighted. मैं तो ये सोचता हूँ कि हमारा AWS, our AWS where it is, the data should go to the villagers actually. उनका मोबाइल में आ जाना चाहिए हर 15 मिनट, ठीक है ना. तो आपको फिर बताना नहीं चाहिए ना, डिजास्टर मैनेजर को जाएगा and it will go. How many hands it is? So it should reach directly on his mobile, at least to the school teacher, to the sarpanch. So all our technology young people are here actually. This talk is very very important in that perspective. मैं तो डॉक्टर रमेश सर से सुन रहा हूँ, बिकॉज मैं तो टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट नहीं हूँ, है ना. सो IoT मेरे को बहुत साल हो गया सुन रहा हूँ, बट वाई इट इज़ नॉट डेमोन्स्ट्रेटेड आई डोंट नो. यू नो एनी मॉनिटरिंग डेमोन्स्ट्रेट ना, कितना पैसा लगता है इसमें, है ना. आई विल टेल यू वाई आई एम टेलिंग. व्हेन वी स्टार्टेड दिस वाईफेक्स ना, दिस सचिन यूज्ड टू कम, वो कोई थर्मामीटर खा वो एक पॉकेट निकाल के लगा देगा. कोई देखता है उधर EGT क्लाइमेट स्टेशन, यू नीड एक्सपोजर. ये क्यों ऐसा? कम फॉरवर्ड. वी जो बोलते हैं ना, समथिंग इज बेटर देन नथिंग. आप अपने पॉकेट से निकालो और थोड़ा बजट कर दो, उधर हो गया. अब आई वांट टू सी आप यहाँ रेनगज पीछे रखो, पैकेट में सब थर्मामीटर, विंड वैन. कब मैं ऐसे मीटरोलॉजिस्ट देखना चाहता हूँ. यू कैनॉट इमेजिन. आई हैव सीन दैट वाईफेक्स हाईएस्ट पेपर इन एनी काइंड ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट यू सी दे हैव डन. उनको पता नहीं था हम लोग को कि ड्रॉपलेट कितना होता है, कितना पोल्यूशन है, सारा आ गया एक्चुअली. कि इंडो गैंगेटिक फॉग पोल्यूटेंट फॉग है, ये है, इसकी साइज ऐसा होता है, इसकी नंबर कंसंट्रेशन ऐसा होता है. मुझे पढ़ना पड़ा लिटरेचर बाय विद दैट ग्रुप. सो आई एम टेलिंग आई लुक फॉरवर्ड दोज थिंग्स एक्चुअली. वो IITM जो करते हैं ना, आप देख रहे हो महाबलेश्वर एंड देयर, दे हैव लॉट ऑफ इन हाउस एक्चुअली. गो टू द मार्केट, ब्रिंग इट, और आप थोड़ा ज्ञान लगाइए. सो I think we have talked a lot about IoT, but if we can demonstrate, or other things actually, how the AWS in a village or in a city should go to the nearest person जिसको थोड़ा जानकारी है, तो वो तो हो सकता है. अगर RVR लाइव हो सकता है, जो 2008 में कराया था हम लोग, आई एम टॉकिंग. अभी तो इफ़ यू सी IG एयरपोर्ट का अभी 18 लोकेशन का आ रहा है, पूरा एक टेबल में आता है. अब हर सेकेंड हर मिनट में फ्लैश करता है. So technology is there, only we have to इच्छा और मन होना चाहिए, ठीक है. So any other question in this angle or any kind of idea want to share how we can do it? Yeah, please. Yeah, RSRW, anything, because technology.
Mohanwari and Kochi are the two stations in India which are using indigenously developed radio sondes. The semiconductor lab in association with VSSC, they have developed the radio sonde which we are using. And the interface, we are in constant contact with VSSC. So we are trying to improve the interface to our needs. So the system has already been tested. We have been using it for over a year now. So that thing is there. So
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. So I like to see that IoT you are making something that is region. Thank you. So we can invite four. So, Sunny is present.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Sunny Chuk, presenting my views on behalf of my group 4. So, in my group, Shri Shibin, Shrimati Bhavna, Shrimati Hemlata, Shrimati Kavita, Shrimati Arpita Rastogi, Shri Thangjalal, Shri Shobit Katyal, and Shri Ved Prakash. They are the persons who has contributed in the abstract which we have submitted to the coordinators of this workshop, and the detail of our Vision 2047 and recommendations. So in this presentation, we only have some of the points I am presenting, which in a very brief way. So the recommendations for Vision 2047, we divided this into mainly the three majors: short term, medium term, and the Vision 2047. So in the short term vision, all the points has been recommended by my group, and this first point is like in the short term vision, we have the augmented and virtual reality applications to allow the public to visualize the weather patterns interactively. So this we are missing currently, which may think that it will be helpful for the public or for the students, for the children. They can visualize the weathers, like the thunderstorm is coming or the cyclone is approaching towards the house. So we think that this is a very important thing which we may consider in the short term. One is the point is the display systems at every arrival and departure terminals at all the airports, which is currently we think that is missing. That is a very minute thing, but we think that is important. That at all the airports and arrival and departure, our weather information should get displayed. Next is the medium term vision. So in the medium term vision, we thought that we from our group that we should also take a leading role in developing some interfaces or the tools and the platforms which like the other countries are developing. So we have the capability, we have the persons, we have the scientists that they can develop the in-house things which we can give to the other neighboring countries also, or the developing countries also. IMD should initiate and encourage the citizen science projects for more organized participation of common citizens. So we can prepare or propose some science related projects to the students, and even we can give them so that they can be aware and they can also contribute to our improving our forecast and all. So these are the short term and the medium term. Next, regarding the Vision 2047, all the products and bulletins meant for public should be more attractive and the likable. So this is what all our group participants have been recommended this, that whatever the bulletins and all we are proposing in the and the uploading in the websites, that will be more likable or more the readable for the public, that they can understand in the one way. Next is the automatic multi-language warning disseminations to all states. Currently some states are getting it, but we want that should be more in a more encouraging way. Next is the event-based and season-based feedback mechanism should be developed, which we think that currently it is missing. An app should be developed for the school and the college students where they can post the impact of an event in the form of pictures, text and videos. We have started this in the form of the crowdsourcing currently, but that is, we want that particularly for the school and college students for the developed. So options should be made available for the selection of the state, district and taluka tehsil, the same way like the crowdsourcing, but that we want that should be for the specific for the youth. Now what are the strategies to achieve this vision? So we thought that introduction of the weather and climate related studies in the school as an optional subject should be available. Second, specific funding should be there for conducting the weather related seminars, workshops, marathons in the schools, colleges and the public outreach. And the most important, which we are feeling and everyone is feeling with, I think all the colleagues will say that ease of the procurement process for the scientific instruments. That should be, I think we are lagging in that, and the ease of procurement process should be there. Next is how the role of the youth for the weather and the climate services. So interactive workshops, storytelling sessions, immersive AR/VR based mock drills on the severe weather events should be conducted at the colleges and the school to build the awareness and preparedness among the students. short and engaging videos on the weather events. We are seeing for the other countries that they are developing one short things and the cartoon-based type events, and we are just liking it. But we thought that we should also develop such type of things in a fun way, so that it should not look that so much technical, but it should look that yes, it is giving some information to the public, and it is a fun telling story also. Youth and skill in technology, data science and integration of AI/ML. Those who are very nowadays in the school and the colleges, the youths are so much engaging in the AI/ML, data science, and in the technology. So we should encourage them that they should participate in our things that our forecast can be improved. Youth may be encouraged to play a role in educating communities about the disaster preparedness and strategies during the weather-related events. That everything we can't do alone. So we should give training to the youths, and the youths can give the training to the other persons in the rural areas. They can go, so that they can tell about the disaster preparedness things and all. So that's it. Thank you so much. That's about me. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So you have seen the presentation, the things he has highlighted which come to my mind, the brain chip. I mean, brain chip, you understand, na? Maybe down the year, after 30 years, you have to only interact digitally. Okay? So that means आपका interoperability, आपका, interoperability across the desk, across the organization. Okay? So if you ask me, suppose in our NWFC, भाग दौड़ मच जाता है, people run satellite. Then second, model. Of course, satellite radar, data, and then model. Third is, what happened? Preparation of bulletin. भूल जाते हैं क्या? What do we forget? भाई warning map. और क्या? What do we forget? I am talking cyclone. Fisherman warning. So जब 8:39 hour everything ready, front से call आएगा. Fisherman warning ready? No sir, person not available. So this is interoperability. Heavy rainfall warning is ready? No sir, it takes time. हो गया bulletin, हो गया. तब तक the desk खत्म नहीं होगा. So you can imagine that how much manual we are. Okay. So this presentation put, and I also talk, that everything to be digital interoperability. I mean, once I click the things, it is only for me to make the value addition, not, to 10-page bulletin, all PDF. No, it should be linked to the satellite, linked to the radar. You go to the National Weather Service, no 10-page bulletin. It is a running, it is always changing. You just go, very few text, just the HTML and link. आपको satellite picture देखना है, flood animation देखना है, जो भी देखना है देखो. But no PDF 10 pages. So that we want to make actually. We have actually, gone much to the big number, pages actually. So what he has highlighted, in the digital, you have to think in that direction. So now it is the other group who can react to this presentation. How we can make, more digital, more interoperability, as he was telling. Okay. So please, because we have time actually. Okay. So I am not going to leave you. Okay.
Sunny, are you planning for some kind of weather chat GPT where you put the query, it will give the answer in place of making the big bulletin? Everyone can give their problem, and weather chat GPT will give you the
Same thing.
yeah.
Same thing we are doing.
So are you planning in that?
Yes. Same thing.
I have already thought of this, and we are in collaboration and in-house also. We are developing a similar kind of thing like Chat GPT. So similarly like Mausam GPT. So in that case, you need not to write. You just say what is today's weather in Delhi, or what will be the heavy rainy day. Even it will understand what is rainy days. So that kind of smart kind of GPT we are trying to build.
One more thing, actually in our Smart India Hackathon, we put one project on augmented reality. Suppose if I am here, so my app will tell the weather with the reality, with virtual reality, that okay, this will be the condition in this room. If I will go outside and fog is there, my screen will show fog is there. Okay, if rain is there, then my screen will show rain is happening. So like this, based on my location, my app will show that this will be the situation in nearby. So we we call this as a augmented reality. Yes.
So any other, please? IMD. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you all our, experts also. So this five.
Good afternoon to all. So we are Group 5 and myself Bibraj, and we have Prayek, Jan Mohammed, Rakesh Kumar, Ranjan Pukan, Rohit, Ashok Raja, Pravat Rabinaskar in our group. All of us are from same batch and all are scientists D now. And actually this presentation we have made it into 3 parts. The first one is the goals what we have for 2047, and then what are the strategic plans to achieve it, and then how we interact with the youth. And one more thing, like all the images in these slides are generated by AI. So if it resembles any real person, it's a coincidence. So the recommendations for Vision 2047. So we should, under IMD, not as whole as in India, but under IMD.
Wait a minute, that means you want to change the building also, huh? So that new building is coming up, na? That new building is coming up for your information.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because आप जैसे building में enter करेंगे, so your smartness will come.
So under IMD, we should have at least 5 global centers of excellence where people from other countries actually come to IMD. We are looking at the other way, but in 2047, it should be on the reverse, where we excel in operational meteorology. When it comes to tropical cyclones, satellite meteorology, hydrometeorology, radar meteorology, and atmospheric technology, and we have the potential. RSMC is already doing a great job. We have NDC. We are doing really well in radar meteorology, but we should be focusing on that. And next one is competency development in quantum technology. Google has already come up with Willow, which is the smallest chip, but a couple of days back, NVIDIA said it will take at least 20 years to use quantum technology in real life situations. So in 2047, it may come to real time, but we should be ready to use it in our modeling. And then we should become a global leader in the usage of artificial intelligence for weather forecasting. Now the algorithms are changing rapidly. We had neural networks earlier. Currently it has moved on to attention mechanism algorithms. But we also need to improve our weather forecasting. ECMWF is already giving AI-based products in their website. So we also need to start that so that we become a global leader in 2047. And another important thing is we should have integrated smart observation system. If you look at distributed control systems in industry, they're very smart that they can talk to each other. But in we have a big observation systems, and in 2047 they should be able to talk to each other. For example, if you have a city where you have 4 radars, you don't need 4 radars looking at the same place at the same time, and it generates only 10 minutes one image. So it should be like they need to talk to each other, and 2 radars will look at the overall picture, and other 2 radars will be scanning exactly at one particular storm with a high temporal resolution. These decisions should be made on time, and they should collaborate with each other. And even for AWS and ARG, they should know when there is rain, their amount of polling should automatically increase. Nobody should go and say, because in practically we are seeing we need more number of observation when there is bad. All these things should be automatically done. And we should also be energy efficient. For example, an S-band radar consumes 20,000 units of power per month, and X-band uses 5,000 units. And in 2070, if we are going for zero emissions, we are increasing our observation systems, but we are also consuming more power. If you take the rainfall days in Chennai, it is hardly between 50 to 100 days. So in 365 days, radar runs all the days, 24/7, but actually rain is happening only in 50 to 100. And if you look at hours, it is much more less. So you don't need to run the radar 24/7. You have to optimize it, make it adaptive so that it runs only when you are requiring.
And also, we have to support the industry. We have started now with the Mission Mausam. It's a good thing. We have to support the industry to achieve 100% indigenization. And many people have told about it, that we need to envision our forecast through augmented reality as well as virtual reality. Now we need to move in 2047 to personalized weather forecast. It's not like, village or city. It should be personalized. Now everything is personalized. When you open your mobile, where you are going, it'll even recommend you. You are going to Delhi today. Do you want to book the cab or taxi? So everything is integrated in your mobile. So even your weather forecast should be integrated, and that is not humanly possible because each person has each taste. They have each requirement. So we need to work with language models and try to implement it, like how this weather forecasts are integrating. So strategies to achieve the vision, many people have spoken about this. We need to have national centers on different disciplines in short term and become a regional leader in medium term and global excellence in long term. We need to improve many of our policy aspects so that we get 100% data availability, including availability of vehicle to go and service the observations and all those things. A lot of policy level decisions need to be taken so that we get 100% data. And also we need to fast track development of meteorological instruments with public-private partnerships. I think recently in all these Mission Mausam projects, we have started with PDR, CDR. Earlier it was not there. PDR, CDR was not there, but now we are doing a design review. We are asking them to make some improvements, so that's a good thing, and we should continue to do that in the future also. And not only that, hardware is good because defense is already using a lot of radar hardware and other hardware, so we are getting it. But in software wise, Doppler, for example, weather radars are much more complicated than military radars because it's a volume target, but we don't have that much of software support in India on meteorological part. Nobody is investing on that. So we also need to have public-private partnership with respect to the software development also. And this also many people have told that we should have a secure and redundant data storage systems for storing. So it should be centralized, that also, because now what I see is radar data is somewhere and then high wind speed recorder is in a different server. I think we should have a centralized server with high redundancy to get this. And platform to provide met data. See, IMD's data is available, but all the MOS institutes should also share the data, like lightning data and other NWP data. But IMDs, like IMD, they also should have, MOS should have a portal where all the data of MOS institutions are available for everybody. That also needs to be done. And as Sunny told, simplification and customization of the procurement process for supply of instruments and spares, which is very much needed for us to achieve that. And another thing is supporting the capacity building of scientists. All these instruments are there, that are all on one side, but unless you have the human resource to maintain it, run it, it is of no use. So we should also invest actually on capacity building. You should give more fellowships to IMD scientists on project basis to go and complete a project so that we leapfrog. Because many developed countries have achieved something, so they can go learn and implement for IMD and come back. So that needs to be fast tracked, and they should. We have not thought about it, but we should seriously thinking about creating vertical units in IMD. For example, a person in agriculture who has joined, he should be able to excel in his field throughout his career. So there should be some vertical demarcation, not only the horizontal what we have now. This is very much needed for long-term growth or building the capacity. And simplification of weather information from push type to user specific weather information. And finally, this role of youth for weather and climate services. We have to integrate meteorology and climate science in the school curricular, many of them were telling, and then conduct workshops in weather forecasting, disaster preparedness, utilize social media platforms for engaging the young people. And another thing would be like creating youth clubs. We have NSS, and we have seen presentations from many people. Probably we can also start a weather club, like in terms of NCC or something like that, where each school has a weather club or something so that they get engaged into it. And support young people who are into like creating mobile, because there is a lot of blogging community also is very active, especially in Tamil Nadu. We have a very active blogging community. We need to find some way how we can leverage their expertise or how to use them. And also, we are creating new one. We have to collaborate with the existing youth organizations. Like many people have come now, we have to collaborate so that they also organize a lot of weather-related programs. And citizen science projects we already have, and we should much more focus on, like, see, many people are giving in citizen science, but we don't recognize them. Like a lot of people put, but if it's like from a college or school or a community, we should try to recognize them and make them feel important. So that kind of initiatives we have to do. And internship programs, it is good to see that today's website there is an option to do internship in IMD also. So we need to work on that. And there should be regular meetings with the youth, like what we have here, but not with ourselves, but the youth of the country, to see how they perceive our fellowship. Because our focus, yesterday I think we had a meeting in IMS in Chennai, where a lot of school students have came and they were asking so many questions. Why are you giving this kind of a forecast? Why your forecasts are going wrong? Why you're not able to give? So that actually gives us like what kind of forecast we need to give. If you want to target them, first we need to know what they want. So that kind of feedback loop should be established. And we should also have this organizing a lot of safety drills, especially like what to do in a cyclone, what to do in case of lightning. Nowadays we give a lot of do's and don'ts, but we need to educate the people in the school level itself, like how do you handle these kind of a disaster. And I think develop networks with young people. I think the website has already done that. I think there is some option to do blogging and things like that, so it may enable a community interaction. So I think that's from my side. This is also AI generated, so there's no real person there.
So actually very excellent. So as you know, the last in the group, so you have seen how it has been very, very, very informative. So one thing was in mind actually, as you told, when I was in, to USA for working with the NSEP NOAA. So that time when I saw NSSL, in National Hurricane Research Center, so that time I think I made some presentation. Then I am talking 2005. Now he has brought same thing. Specialized, severe weather center. Jैसे अभी थोड़ा we have taken some step in NWFC like monsoon, heat wave, है ना? So it should be, bigger scale actually, because you have seen the research community, what they, I don't know, somehow some gap area is there. You have been in research, I have been in research. What happened, their target is not, the application side. So that may be the vision there actually in USA, why they have a specialized like NSSL or National Hurricane, like that is one point I have taken. Second, as he told actually, what he told another point, yeah. So push type actually. सारा एक बुलेटिन में डालो और किसको चाहे somebody may need tea, somebody may need we don't differ actually one bulletin for all जो वो बोलते हैं ना वो स्लोगन कम करना चाहिए अभी what he told actually user specific, it should not be push type specific. मतलब मेरे पास है इसलिए मैं दूंगा, आप लो मत लो, जैसे बच्चे को खिलाते हैं ना खाओ खाओ खाओ. Okay, you have to understand and you have to find the way how to differ different what is it, stakeholder. तो stakeholder power के लिए तो power secretary को मैं क्यों 10 पेज बुलेटिन दूंगा, ठीक है ना? So that is a good point he has taken care. Leverage actually, he is telling actually there are a lot of bloggers in Tamil Nadu, Chennai, bloggers and so they have a highest follower, है ना? वो तो बोले मत how much we have faced, officially also. So it is better to make them friend, घृणा मत मतलब we should not hate them, है ना? Honestly speaking, because they have a lot of followers, because मतलब कभी you just see their site actually, they made the language simple. आप जो 10 पेज देते हो वो 2 लाइन बनाते हैं, ठीक है ना? वो लोगों के साथ connected है, they are connected. So if you want to compete, you compete with those, those kind of trend, like preparing a better graphic, giving a live, like many of you are doing, I think. Many of you are doing, I should not take the name. Sometimes, you push up in WhatsApp and other things also. So and citizen partners, participation. citizen participation, if you ask me my personal, China 30% of AWS ARJ simply switch up कर देते हैं ऑफ सीजन में. The switch up रेनी सीजन में आपको रेन गज ऑन चाहिए. You are talking about radar operation. He told na in Chennai these number of rainy day. That is one. And second, if you believe your forecast, you are going up to 7 days. ठीक है ना, क्या हरी है उसको ऑन करने के लिए? हम बता देंगे ना भाई ऑन करो, आप ऑन करो. If you look, because we reviewed, for Vision 2047, I have only got the chance to review heavy rainfall. When we look at China, lot of things they have already, adopted. So you have to be, energy saving. It's not like that 100 radar ले लिया और रात दिन फूंका. So I think this presentation has a very high context in that angle. So now the question is open for you. Okay. How you are going to do it? Because you have given presentation, so you have to do. Okay. So you please tell us how you are going to do. So all the 5 groups we will take for 10 minutes. Okay.
Regarding this feedback mechanism, you can also add socio-economic assessment in different sectors like agriculture, so that you will get the value of your forecast. You will get the value of your forecast, means how much economically you are benefiting.
So please have a, how you can make it, materialize all these points. So I like to take, yeah.
So if no question is there, then I have one question.
Come with fearless and tell your, how you can make it materialize. Because you have given the presentation, and I think I have been honored by, with my presence here. I learn actually. I think it is an opportunity to be with you. So in that angle, I actually take this opportunity to invite how you can materialize this. Forget about the administration of government. How you can materialize? That is the participation of the youth actually. Youth can change it, reverse it. कौन reverse करेगा? Who will reverse the trend? एक चल रहा है. Only the young person घर में बोलता है ना, पापा छात को ऐसे कर दो. तो उसका मन में आता है, अरे मेरा लड़का को ये अच्छा लगता है, चलो छात को ऐसे कर देते हैं. So please, मतलब कोई ऐसा innovation जो मतलब you can write actually, feel free actually. I remember, many eminent people I have seen. They directly write this to, Secretary MOAs, or I want to do this. I'm talking about 1980 or 90. People I have seen, they ride, AWS ऊपर सीढ़ी लगा के ठीक करते थे रात में. So this kind of, work I have seen physically. So if you are talking about youth and weather, so first it should start from home. Okay. So before DGMs are reaching for concluding session, the floor is open for all of you.
So just on the fun part, I was very scared with the morning lecture which was given by Professor Solanki. And your first slide, the slide which you have shown, the new building of IMD, that also scared me because it is having the less green cover area.
No, that's what I told you. AI generators, I'm not responsible for that.
No, you have to be, because since we are going to integrate AI in our weather forecasting, so we have to be not dependent on the things which is already developed, but yet we have to work on that it can work as per our wishes.
But we should not use AI for design of building. We stick to only that.
And another thing was, more of the people are like foreigners. There is a very less presentations of Indian people in the AI images.
Yeah, that also says we need to work more on AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, because all of these models, it's a flux model. So whenever we give a prompt, it automatically, at least these look like Indians probably, but but it just comes like that. It's a flux model. It's very interesting. If you want, you can try it out.
Okay, thank you. Then, sir, yes, sir, I have one more question on a serious note. Like, because the morning lecture was a very important kind of thing. So this is the question for all, not to any specific group, all the youngsters. Like you have given the brilliant ideas. In every group, they have come up with the brilliant ideas. And definitely if we incorporate this, then we will be able to we will be able to reach to our aim. But the question is like we are talking about observation, increasing or enhancement of the observation, the instrumentations and everything. So can we think of like we will be going to procure the things from outside and everything. Can we think of such kind of instrument? Because we cannot say that to save the climate or to save the environment, we are not going to buy any new instrument from tomorrow onwards. That we cannot do. That will not be survival for us. But can we think of this kind of thing, that can we build the instruments which are climate friendly, environment friendly or energy friendly? And while keeping whenever we are building this document, the vision document, we also have to some way, for our internal purpose, we have to do this analysis that suppose if we are going to purchase so many instruments, what will be their power consumption and what will be their impact in terms of our climate? And what are the methodologies we can adopt to reduce the power consumptions or the solar energy, or to to minimize the impact to the climate? So that is my submission, not exactly a question, but that is my submission, that can we think of such kind of thing, if we can build this kind of instruments or something, or our strategies should be like this, that we can minimize the harm to the environment.
So this is, this is, you have seen, this is a very point question. Sibin, what is your, reaction to all these presentations? You are sitting. Give. Take those, the people who are silent. नहीं होता है, हो जाएगा. You have to be very active, like he presented. You have to tell कि आप आगे सैटेलाइट आया है ना डिमांड लेटर, आप 500 करोड़ दो, हम आपको सैटेलाइट पिक्चर का गिन के देंगे. No, really, it has come. I have seen that letter. वो नहीं दे रहा है, वो नहीं छोड़ेगा नया सैटेलाइट. This come India. अब जो लिया ना, जो भोपाल का जो भोपाल ये कहाँ है उसका नया सेंटर? इसरो का एक लिया ना जो. Yeah, you tell. How we can,
So this is my point. Like with these 5 talks which we had, there were too much of like kind of mix up of things. In one, we are saying like we are proceeding towards AI, we are using different kinds of models. In another side, we are saying for data we'll be charging. So I think both cannot go together. If you are comparing with the international standard, specifically I'm saying about the NCEP or other standards, their data, they have extreme volumes of data which are kept free. You have the reanalysis model-based framework. So I think if we are taking in that direction, then we cannot say I'm going to charge for one rainfall, I'm going to charge this much amount. That doesn't make sense.
That is to divide actually, what to charge, what not to charge, and quality to improve.
Again, sir, then whatever we have discussed, if it is actually going to be in depth, it will be really beneficial rather than just, because AI is there everywhere. Just saying about AI and doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Sir, it is quite interesting, 5 groups. I have not seen. Thank you.
I would request Dr. Mahapatra to kindly give his address.
Okay. So thank you very much. Actually, it has been a very auspicious day today that we could organize the first ever workshop for the youth. I was very happy to listen to our chief speaker and also the guidance received from Secretary Mr. of Earth Sciences. Then I was following up, sometimes not fully, through online, the presentations by all our Santishwar Bhatnagar awardees and all our experts who spoke on this occasion. So I especially thank therefore all the resource persons for making it available, being present here physically also, and delivering such wonderful talks which has certainly motivated, inspired, instigated and ignited the minds of the young people present here. So in this day when usually we get the jobs very late, so number of persons below 35 becomes very less, and below 40 also becomes less. But still we could get people, and that gave an open interaction among the various participants within not only Ministry of Earth Sciences but outside also. I am happy that there are 2 panel discussions also, and there has been certain recommendations. I especially thank to the working groups. I think there are 4 working groups, 5 working groups within IMD, and they have discussed in detail about the various aspects. They have the roundtable discussions online among themselves, and they have presented today their findings. So while preparing our Vision 2047 also, I made it a point that all the youngsters should be involved. So I asked all the youngsters to write the Vision 2047. And the senior persons might be feeling that what happened, we are left out, but it was done knowingly to ask the younger persons to prepare, because by 2047 only those young scientists who are present today will be in the senior position and will be in the decision making positions. And they can therefore guess what is going to happen in 2047. And to find out that, I just gave a hint that you should look at before 25 years what was the condition. Perhaps at that time you may be a child, 10 years old or 15 years old, and some people say 20 years old. So you might not have come across the India Meteorological Department and weather and climate informations, but something you might have studied about disaster management, etc. in your class books. But from there itself you can guess the topic which was not known at that time to the general public and to the students. Now it has been a burning topic, and everybody knows what is weather and climate, what is climate change, what is El Nino, and how it is impacting the society. So that is the growth of science so far from 25 years back to now. So therefore accordingly you can just envision what will happen after 25 years or after 22 years when you reach 2047. So therefore it was the objective to conduct this national Weather for Youth workshop and to prepare the vision document by youth, and also to constitute those working groups involving only the youth. And finally, to call the young people like Prashant and others, Rakshi, who have demonstrated themselves in the field of weather and climate sciences, being recognized by their contributions. And many of you also have contributed and also been recognized. And I am sure in future also you will be recognized. So this concept of vision, actually when I was in IMD at that time, that is, I wrote the first vision document in 2010. And it was written for 2020. Then again I was asked to prepare 2015 to 2030. So at that time when 2010 I wrote, so we went for certain processes like benchmarking to find out which is the best services in the country. And then based on that, where we stand now, what are the gap areas, how to fill up the gap areas, what should be our vision, mission, then strategy, and what is the expected outcome. I also wrote for expected outcome document for Modern National Program of IMD. Then he was not DG, but he was acting DG. He asked me to like that, and then secretary told me to write the vision statement. So from that day onwards, I thought also why they asked me. I was a junior person at the time, junior scientist, but the people at the time also thought that yes, junior people should write so that when they go to that level, they can realize what they have done and what is the strategy for next generation. So that's what we have tried today with this Weather and Youth workshop and the Vision 2047 brainstorming session today, and involvement of all youth minds, young minds, to see a dream, to have a dream for 2047. And for that dream to be realized, what are the mission, what are the strategy, that has to be finalized. Okay. So I will urge upon all of you to please go through the vision document which has been prepared, and if you want to submit any inputs, you can also provide. The Vision 2047 document is going to be released by Honorable Prime Minister on 14th of January. So I invite all of you to participate in 14th and 15th program in Delhi and enjoy yourself and also learn something and dream something for the future. So wish you all the best. Thank you very much for your active participation. And I thank our organizers. Let us have a big applause for the organizers. Okay. Especially Raghu and Akhil, Raghu and Rangraj, they have done very excellent job along with all the team. I also specially thank, I will give big applause for the young minds who were working as a working group. They took it very seriously and brought out the recommendations. Okay. So thank you very much. I also thank for all supporting staff for making it successful. We will repeat it, as Secretary is told, every year we will have some kind of workshop for weather and youth, and we will involve more people. Beyond Minister of Arts and Sciences also we can involve. I thank all the ministries, constituents, the directors for supporting and sending the people to participate in this workshop. So thank you very much.
Sir, can we have a group photo, sir? ले लिया हमको लेना मैं तो आया नहीं
You want to take a photograph? आ जाइए जल्दी जल्दी आ
सर आधे ऊपर आ जाएंगे आधे नीचे हो जाएंगे सब
आप ऊपर रहे
सर आधे लोग ऊपर हो जाएंगे आधे लोग नीचे
हाँ ऊपर आ जाइए कुछ
लोग हाँ फिर सर नीचे हम क्या